What if reality isn't fixed, but responding to you in real time? Within these pages lies a hidden architecture of existence, waiting to be decoded. Discover how thoughts shape outcomes, how identity sculpts fate, and why your world is more dream than solid. Listen closely. Your transformation has already begun. In a forgotten corner of a Chicago bookshop, a woman named Eliza brushed her fingers across the worn spines of a shelf she had never noticed before. Her hand paused, seemingly on its own, drawn to a plain black cover with no title. She pulled it free, opened to a random page, and read a line that made her heart race. "You are not lost. You are being called." Something in her knew it wasn't just coincidence. It was a signal, one that had been trying to reach her for years. This is how it begins for many. There are moments in life that feel strangely timed, an overheard conversation, a phrase that echoes in your mind, a book that appears when you're ready to see it. These aren't random. They are signals buried within the fabric of your reality, stitched into the flow of ordinary moments, waiting for your awareness to catch up. And now this audiobook has found you. You didn't choose it accidentally, something deeper did. Beneath the surface of your conscious life, there has always been a quiet knowing, a tension between what you've been taught to believe and what your intuition has whispered all along. That whisper is getting louder. That signal is becoming clearer. You are being invited to remember, because something in you knows. This world is not what it seems. You've seen the cracks in the illusion. Perhaps you've noticed time bending in subtle ways, people shifting before your eyes, or uncanny patterns repeating just when you needed clarity. Maybe you felt the pull toward something you couldn't name but couldn't ignore. That pull brought you here. This is not just a book you're listening to. It's a threshold. You are stepping into a space where reality becomes interactive, pliable, responsive, where your thoughts are not private musings but tuning forks, where your identity is not fixed but fluid, where the world does not act upon you, you act through it. You are not here to be informed. You are here to be activated. This moment is the wake-up signal. The very fact that you are hearing these words right now is the proof that your inner world is aligning with a deeper frequency, one that was always there, one that many live their entire lives without recognizing. But not you. You've started to see it. You've started to feel it. And now reality will begin to respond. Sacred insight, what finds you is what you're finally ready to receive. The ritual is simple. Pay attention. Over the next 24 hours, notice what repeats: phrases, numbers, songs, names. Ask silently for a sign and watch what answers. Begin keeping a journal, not of what you do, but of what you notice. Reality has already begun speaking to you in a new voice, and you, now awakened, are finally listening. In 1946, a painter named Elias stood before a canvas in a Paris attic studio. Day after day, he painted the same skyline, gray buildings, uniform rooftops, the same muted clouds. One evening, as the sun dipped low, the glass in the window fractured with a sharp crack. A hairline fissure ran through the pane, distorting his view. What he saw through that crack stopped him. There, behind the sameness, was a tower he'd never noticed, a glimmer of gold, a flock of birds rising in a spiral. It had always been there, just beyond what he believed was the whole picture. Reality, as we live it, is not the whole picture. What we call real is simply what we agree to focus on. The brain is a gatekeeper, filtering out more than 99% of sensory data at any given moment. You see what you expect. You hear what you believe. You walk through a world edited to match your assumptions, not a world that reflects the fullness of what exists. The hidden layers of reality aren't tucked away in another dimension. They're right here, overlapping, vibrating just outside the frequency of your usual awareness. Like the painter's skyline, the unseen is waiting for a break in perception to make itself known. But most people never question the frame. You are surrounded by patterns that mirror your beliefs. People confirm your expectations. Events loop your emotional state. You think it's just how life works, but it isn't. It's how your filters work. It's how consciousness organizes your experience around what it assumes is true. Not what is, but what is assumed to be. This is why two people can walk into the same room and live entirely different realities. One sees opportunity, the other threat. One notices the open door, the other only the locked one. Same world, different filters, different surface. The real magic begins when you start peeling back the edge. To see beyond the surface, you must stop believing the surface is all there is. You must suspend certainty. You must allow for the possibility that everything you know is just a sliver of what could be known. The more open you become, the more reality reveals. It's not hiding because it's secret. It's hiding because you're not tuned to it yet. Sacred insight. You don't see reality as it is. You see it as you are prepared to see it. The practice for today is awareness without conclusion. As you move through your day, observe everything, but label nothing. Watch how quickly the mind wants to name, sort, judge. Interrupt that process. Let things be strange. Let events feel unfamiliar. Look at your surroundings as if you've never seen them before. Something will shimmer. Something will feel out of place in the best way. That's the crack in the surface. And what shines through it is the rest of your life, waiting to be seen. In the summer of 1938, a boy named Henry spent his afternoons in the field behind his grandmother's house, building kingdoms from stones and sticks. He spoke to invisible armies, negotiated peace treaties with dragons, and designed worlds no one else could see. His parents called it play, his teachers called it distraction. But Henry knew otherwise. In those moments, he wasn't pretending. He was remembering. There was a time in your life when imagination wasn't something you used. It was something you lived inside. Children don't question whether what they imagine is real. They don't ask for permission to create. They declare it. They live it. A stick becomes a sword. A chair becomes a spaceship. The boundary between thought and experience dissolves because they haven't yet been taught the rules of limitation. And then, slowly, subtly, the world teaches them to forget. You were taught that imagination is for stories, not life, that what's real must be proven, that grown-ups deal in facts, not feelings. And so bit by bit, you tucked away your kingdom. You stopped speaking to trees. You abandoned the vast realms of your inner world in favor of the one everyone else agreed to believe in. But here's the truth. What you imagined wasn't pretend. It was practice. That version of you, the one who made magic from shadows and castles from blankets, was closer to the mechanism of creation than most adults ever get. You were using the same creative energy that shapes galaxies and sculpts timelines. You didn't know how to spell manifestation, but you were doing it. Imagination is not fantasy, it's frequency. It's the bridge between thought and matter, the language through which your inner self communicates possibilities to your external world. You don't imagine to escape reality, you imagine to design it. And the more vividly, playfully, and wholeheartedly you can return to that childlike state, the faster reality will respond. But first, you must unlearn the lie that it's childish to dream. You are not here to be a fixed adult, anchored to rules someone else handed you. You are here to remember how fluid everything is, how creative you already are, and how powerful your mind becomes when it's allowed to play again. Sacred insight. Your childhood visions weren't illusions. They were initiations. Today, revisit a memory from your early years, one filled with imagination. Perhaps you created invisible friends, magical places, or secret worlds. Then take 5 minutes and reactivate it. Close your eyes and step into it fully. Feel it, speak it, move in it. Don't analyze, inhabit. For the next 24 hours, let your imagination bleed into your reality. Pretend on purpose. Name things you want to experience as if they're already here. Play again. You'll find the thread was never cut, only buried, and the moment you pick it up, the world begins to bend, just like it did when you were 5, sword in hand, ruler of everything you could see. In 1941, tucked away in a monastery on the edge of Kyoto, a young monk named Sato sat in silence for hours each day. He was not told to meditate, he was simply told to observe. At first, he thought the task pointless. Thoughts flooded his mind like a storm. Memories, plans, distractions, worries. But one morning something shifted. As he watched the thoughts roll through, he noticed a space between them, and in that space he realized something profound. He was not the thoughts. He was the one watching them. This realization changes everything. Most people go their entire lives believing they are their minds. They say, "I am angry," instead of, "I feel anger." They think a thought like, "I'm not good enough," and never question who authored it. But you are not the stream of thinking that moves through your head. You are the awareness that sees the stream. When you identify with thought, you become entangled in every story, fear, memory, and projection. You react. You spiral. You forget who's really in charge. But when you shift your attention to the awareness behind the thought, a calm presence emerges. This is where your power lives, not in managing thoughts, but in observing them without becoming them. The world you experience is filtered through the state of the thinker, but the deeper self, the one who watches, is not reactive. It doesn't panic, it doesn't doubt, it sees all without needing to control. And the more you practice stepping back into that space of pure witnessing, the more freedom you begin to feel. Imagine walking through your day as the watcher instead of the thinker. You notice a judgment rise, "They don't like me." But instead of believing it, you watch it float by like a leaf on water. You feel anger bubble, but instead of becoming it, you stay with the awareness that sees the wave rise and fall. Suddenly you are not the storm, you are the sky it moves through. This is not passivity, it is mastery. From this vantage point, you are no longer held hostage by your mind. You can choose which thoughts to energize and which to release. You can respond instead of react. And you begin to realize that the more you rest in the watcher's seat, the more gracefully your external world shifts in response. Sacred insight. You are not what you think. You are the one who notices thinking. Your ritual for today is simple. Set 3 moments in your day to pause. Close your eyes for 60 seconds. Watch your thoughts come and go. Don't chase or suppress them, just observe. Notice who is watching. Begin journaling what arises, not the thoughts, but the experience of being aware of them. The more time you spend in that space, the more illusion begins to dissolve, and you'll find that the real you was never lost, just hidden behind the noise, waiting to be seen. In 1952, a schoolteacher named Miriam walked the same hallway each morning at precisely 7:45 a.m. The halls were quiet, echoing with her footsteps and the faint buzz of overhead lights. She'd nod at the janitor, adjust her glasses, and begin the day, always with a sense of tension she couldn't explain. No matter how early she arrived, her day unraveled the same way. Students unruly, equipment faulty, conversations curt. She believed it was just the nature of her job, until one morning, in a moment of exhaustion, she sat down on the floor and did nothing at all. For the first time, she listened to herself. The hallway wasn't echoing with her footsteps. It was echoing her state. You live inside a feedback loop. What you feel, you emit. What you emit, the world reflects. Not because it's trying to punish or please you, but because reality is responsive by design. It listens to your emotional frequency and mirrors it through people, events, timing, even the so-called random. This is why the same problems seem to reappear, why certain dynamics follow you from job to job, relationship to relationship. You're not cursed, you're caught in an echo. one that began as an emotion and matured into a pattern. An emotional loop forms when a specific state, fear, frustration, inadequacy, is repeatedly reinforced by what appears to be outside circumstances. But those circumstances are only reflecting the internal frequency that summoned them, and when you react to them with the same emotion that created them, the loop continues. Miriam realized she wasn't unlucky. She was carrying an unspoken resentment each morning, one that shaped the tone of her day, and her environment, loyal to her vibration, delivered exactly what she broadcast. The moment she shifted, sitting in silence, breathing, softening, everything began to change. Her students quieted without being asked. Colleagues offered help. The loop broke. To escape an emotional loop, you don't need to fix the world. You need to change the signal. You cannot expect different reflections while standing in the same emotional room. You must step out of the frequency that keeps repeating and rise into the one that calls forward something new. Sacred insight. Reality is not responding to your words. It is echoing your state. Your practice today is to identify a recurring situation that feels stuck. Trace it to the emotion it provokes. Now ask, when did that emotion first appear in your life? What story does it belong to? Then, for the next 24 hours, choose to feel the opposite. If the loop is frustration, practice ease. If it's abandonment, practice connection, not by forcing outcomes, but by embodying the new frequency regardless of circumstances. And watch, because reality, like the hallway, is listening, and it will repeat back to you whatever you decide to send. In the quiet town of Devonshire in 1948, a man named Thomas stood before a bakery window, considering two options. He could enter and buy the croissant he always did, or he could turn the corner and try the cafe he'd never visited. It was a small decision, seemingly inconsequential. He chose the familiar path, unaware that just beyond that corner, a woman named Eliza was sitting alone, waiting for a conversation that never came. They would not meet that day, not in this version of reality. What Thomas didn't know is that both outcomes existed. Every moment you choose, you split. Not metaphorically, literally. Reality is not a straight line. It is a branching structure of infinite possibilities, layered one over the other like transparent sheets of light. Every decision you make is a selection from this infinite library. Every action tunes you to one strand of possibility while leaving countless others unexplored but still alive, pulsing in the unseen. You are not traveling through time, you are navigating potential, and the strange sensation you've had, the feeling that life could have gone another way, that a version of you is living something different. It's not your imagination, it's your awareness brushing against a parallel. A version of you did turn the corner. A version did meet Eliza. A version took the risk, made the call, said yes. These realities aren't elsewhere. They're here, overlapping like frequencies on a dial. You don't need to find them. You need only tune to them. But how? It begins with choice, real, embodied, present choice. Not the automatic decisions made from habit or fear, but conscious selection. The universe is not deciding for you. It is offering everything. It waits for your signal, not your wish, your embodiment. To step into a new reality, you must become the version of you who lives there, not someday, now. That version already exists, already knows the way, already feels the emotion of what you are calling in. You don't need to build the path. You need to align with the one already paved. Sacred insight. You don't chase your future. You merge with the version of you who already lives it. Today, pause before every choice, no matter how small. At the fork of action, ask yourself, which version of me am I choosing right now? What timeline does this decision tune me to? Then, just once, choose differently. Choose like the version of you who already has the love, the peace, the power. Let that tiny choice become a crack in the wall of the current path. And watch, because once you shift timelines, reality does not resist. It rearranges. Entire lifelines collapse and converge. New people appear. Old patterns vanish. Not because you chased a different outcome, but because you became a different observer. The version of you you're dreaming of is not ahead of you. It's next to you, waiting for your attention. All you have to do is turn the corner. In a cluttered second-hand shop in 1939 New York, a man named Peter ran his fingers across an old silver pocket watch. The moment his skin touched the metal, a chill ran through his body. He couldn't explain it, but he felt sadness, like a memory that wasn't his. The owner, a soft-spoken woman, noticed his hesitation. "That belonged to a soldier," she said quietly. "He never made it home." Peter set the watch down and walked away, the weight of an invisible story still clinging to his fingertips. Objects are not inert. They carry energy. Every item in your world absorbs the frequency of the one who touches it, wears it, uses it. A letter, a ring, a chair in the corner of a quiet room. These things are not neutral. They are recorders, holders, amplifiers. You may not see the energy they carry, but you have felt it. The comfort of your grandmother's quilt, the tension in a stranger's sweater, the eeriness of a room where something once broke. Your energy doesn't just move through the world. It embeds. Every time you touch something with emotion, joy, grief, longing, it leaves an imprint. The object becomes a mirror, echoing back your state when you return to it. This is why certain items make you feel heavier, why decluttering can feel like a spiritual release, why your home feels different after a fight or a celebration. The physical world is a canvas painted with invisible strokes of energy. We tend to think of emotion as internal, but it is deeply environmental. You can walk into a space and feel anxiety without speaking to anyone. You can hold an old photograph and feel tears rise with no words. You can wear a shirt from a painful moment and watch how it shifts your posture, your thoughts, your day. But this truth doesn't just warn, it empowers. If objects hold charge, then you can charge them. You can infuse your spaces, your tools, your clothing with intention. A journal becomes sacred when you write in it with purpose. A mug becomes more than a container when you drink from it each morning while holding gratitude. A pen becomes a wand when you write with it from a state of certainty. Sacred insight. You are not separate from your surroundings. You are in constant conversation with them. The ritual is this. Choose one object you use daily, a ring, a wallet, a key. Hold it in both hands and close your eyes. Breathe deeply, then speak into it a frequency. Not a wish, but a truth. I am safe. I am creative. I attract abundance. Let that energy settle in. For the next week, treat that object as sacred. Watch how its presence begins to shift your state. And remember, your reality is not built only by thought or action. It is built in every subtle charge you leave behind. The world is alive with your echo. Shape it wisely. In a quiet office in Boston, 1945, a secretary named Lillian sat at her desk, typing labels for files she would never read. Each document was stamped, categorized, and named. Urgent, confidential, pending. One afternoon, in a moment of idle thought, she looked at her own notebook, pages filled with lists under the heading, To Do. Her eyes stopped on one line, Apply for teacher's license. She'd written it every week for 5 years. Never acted. Never changed the label. Suddenly she crossed out To Do and wrote one word above it. Becoming. Something shifted. The words we use don't describe reality. They define it. Language is not a passive tool. It is a frequency conductor. Every word carries tone, direction, intention. It does not simply express thought. It imprints the field of possibility. When you name something, you frame it. You don't just label a situation. You program your mind and your environment to organize around that label. Call yourself broken, and your energy will echo the fracture. Call a task hard, and your body will tense before you begin. Tell yourself you're trying, and you create a reality in which success is always just beyond reach. Words are spells, and you are always casting. Think of the language you use casually. I'm overwhelmed. I can't afford it. I'm stuck. These aren't just statements. They are energetic declarations. They are invitations to the universe to reinforce the very condition you wish to leave. You speak them, and the world listens. But the reverse is also true. When you name yourself powerful, capable, free, you begin to embody that truth. Not because words are magical incantations, but because they recalibrate the inner state from which all things emerge. Your biology shifts, your perception changes, your choices expand, and slowly, without effort, your external world adjusts to match. There is no such thing as just talking. Every sentence is a construction site. Your self-concept is built, brick by brick, through the language you repeat. Over time, it becomes architecture. You walk through it daily, sometimes forgetting you created it. But you did. And now you can speak something new. Sacred insight. Words don't describe who you are. They decide who you become. The ritual is this. For one day, monitor your spoken words, especially about yourself. Keep a list of any negative or limiting phrases. Then rewrite each one in real time. I'm terrible at that becomes I'm learning quickly. I always mess this up becomes I'm discovering new ways. Speak each correction out loud. Let your voice carry the new truth into the room. And begin naming your world differently, not as it is, but as it can be. Your morning coffee is abundance in a cup. Your walk to work is a journey of alignment. Your reflection in the mirror is evidence of becoming. This is not delusion, this is authorship. Because the moment you speak with intention, the world listens with precision, and your new spell begins. In 1937, a watchmaker named Elias worked late into the night in his small Zurich workshop. His bench was cluttered with open gears, tiny screws, and fading diagrams. That evening, as he adjusted the inner workings of a broken pocket watch, something strange occurred. He blinked, and for a moment, he saw the watch fully assembled in his hand, gleaming and new. The vision vanished just as quickly, but when he glanced down, the repair he hadn't finished was already complete. The tools lay untouched. The work had already been done. Time, it seemed, had bent. We are taught that time is a line, past behind us, future ahead, step by step, moment by moment. But that is only the illusion of time, not its essence. In truth, time is not a conveyor belt. It is a field, a sphere, a spiral, a living structure of possibility that wraps around you in all directions. Every moment you've lived and every moment you dream of exists simultaneously in what physicists call the block universe. But you don't need science to feel this. You've already experienced it. The memory that crashes in with emotional weight, the flash of déjà vu, the future dream that colors your mood today. These are not echoes. They are collisions, different layers of time intersecting in your now. The past is not fixed. The future is not far. They both bend to the present. When you revisit a painful memory and see it differently, when you choose to feel forgiveness instead of shame, you aren't just reframing it. You're altering its energetic charge. You're changing the emotional architecture of a moment you thought was sealed. And when you imagine a future outcome so vividly, it shifts how you walk, breathe, and speak. You are pulling that thread into your current reality. The present is the command center. Everything responds to the now. You are not bound by what has been, nor must you wait for what will be. You are the nexus. And when your awareness expands beyond linearity, you step into a new kind of authorship. You stop reacting to what time delivers and start selecting what time reveals. Sacred insight. The past does not shape you. Your present relationship to it does. The future does not wait. It listens. The practice is this. Choose one memory that still carries weight. Sit with it. Then close your eyes and replay it. not as it happened, but as it could have. Bring in compassion. Insert a different version of yourself. Change the tone, the outcome, the meaning. Let the scene shift. Feel it shift. Then open your eyes and notice how the present feels. Do the same with a future vision, not a hope, a knowing. Step into it with full sensory awareness. Walk through your day as the one who has already arrived. This is how you bend time, not with force, but with focus. Because the hands on the clock are only symbols. The real movement begins in your consciousness, and that, beloved, is already untethered. In the spring of 1942, a woman named Clara boarded the 7:10 train from Philadelphia to New York, just as she had every week for over a year. But on this particular morning, something odd occurred. Her ticket number ended in 777. Her newspaper headline read, "7 Cities Join Alliance." The man across from her wore a navy cap stitched with the number 7. She couldn't ignore it. She felt it. That something, some message, was trying to speak to her through the repetition. That day, on a whim she couldn't explain, she got off one stop early and walked a different street. There, in a bookstore window, was a notice for a writing competition. She entered, and months later she became a published author. It began with a coincidence. Synchronicity is not luck, it is language. You are surrounded by a web of meaning, a vast interactive matrix that listens, responds, adjusts. When you begin shifting your state, when your thoughts, emotions, and identity begin changing, this matrix sends you signals, not in thunder or lightning, but in quiet repetitions, numbers, names, songs, glances, moments, coincidences that feel too precise to be random. That's because they aren't. Reality speaks in symbols, and when you step into alignment with a higher version of yourself, the universe begins whispering confirmations through your surroundings. A book recommendation repeated 3 times in 1 week. A stranger mentioning the exact phrase you wrote in your journal. A billboard that seems to answer the question you didn't say aloud. These are not accidents, they are coordinates. Each synchronicity is a breadcrumb guiding you toward the timeline you've activated. The more open you become, the more frequent they arrive. They are not magic tricks, they are proof. Proof that your inner shift is producing outer signals, and the more you follow them, the more momentum you gain. But ignore them too long and they fade, not out of punishment, but because you've tuned out the frequency. Synchronicity requires presence. It speaks through awareness. You are not meant to decode everything with logic. Sometimes the answer is in the feeling, in the resonance. Your higher self uses the external world to nudge you toward the right place, the right person, the right moment. Often, you don't know why you're being led. Only later do the dots connect in a way that makes you smile and whisper, "Of course." Sacred insight. Coincidence is confirmation. Follow the energy, not the explanation. Today's ritual is this. Ask gently, silently. Show me a sign. Be clear but unattached. Choose a number, a symbol, a word. Then live your day in watchful openness, not hunting but noticing. When the sign appears, and it will, pause. Close your eyes. Thank the field. Then act. Make the call. Change the route. Say yes. Because reality is already reaching toward you, and your only job is to recognize the code and step into the story it's waiting to unfold. In 1940, in a quiet lakeside cabin in Ontario, a man named Bernard spent his mornings fishing, not for sport, but for silence. He had once been a music conductor, known for sweeping orchestras into crescendos that made entire rooms weep. But after losing everything in the war, he retired into solitude. One misty morning, while tying a lure, a familiar melody rose in his mind, not from memory, but from emotion. The feeling of joy, subtle yet sudden, shifted something. He stood, looked across the water, and swore the light changed. sharper, warmer, as if the world had brightened to match his internal note. This is not poetry. This is how reality works. Your emotions are not responses to what happens. They are generators. They are transmitters. You do not feel after life moves. You feel, and life moves in response. Emotion is the tuning fork of your experience, and every state you embody sends out a signal that organizes what meets you in return. Imagine reality as a radio tower. It's always broadcasting, but what you hear depends entirely on your dial. Your emotional state is that dial. Fear tunes you to one frequency, gratitude another. Despair calls in confirmation of what's missing. Love calls in proof of what's already whole. The world outside may look the same, but what appears within it changes with the note you strike inside. This is the emotion ladder. At the bottom are the heavy states: shame, guilt, apathy. Above them, frustration, blame, anxiety. Then come neutrality, hope, willingness. At the top, joy, love, freedom, clarity. None are wrong. All are human, but each holds a different charge, a different gravitational pull. And the higher you climb, the more fluid, kind, and responsive reality becomes. The shift doesn't require a leap. It begins with one rung. You don't jump from despair to bliss, but you can move from hopelessness to curiosity, from frustration to breath, from fear to observation. Every small shift matters. Every emotion carries momentum. And when you climb the ladder consciously, you shift the entire frequency of your timeline. People wait to feel better until life changes, but life waits to change until you feel better. This is not delusion, it's alignment. It's choosing to become the vibration of what you seek before it arrives. And in doing so, you call it closer, not through force, but through resonance. You become a magnet, not a map. Sacred insight. Emotion doesn't follow reality. Reality follows emotion. Today, choose one emotion from the higher rungs. Peace, appreciation, love. Set a timer for 3 minutes. Close your eyes. Imagine you've already received what you want. Feel the version of you who lives in that truth. Let that emotion fill your chest. When the timer ends, carry that vibration into your next conversation, your next meal, your next step. The world doesn't need convincing, it needs coherence. And the moment your state becomes the invitation, life becomes the answer. In the humid summer of 1944, a man named Charles paced the same block in downtown Cincinnati every afternoon. He was looking for work, dressed in his best. Tie knotted too tightly, shoes shined with nervous energy. Each time he walked into a shop, his voice was hopeful but strained. He needed this. He needed to be chosen, but every time the door shut politely behind him. After weeks of this routine, he finally collapsed onto a bench, loosened his tie, and gave up. Not out of defeat, but out of exhaustion. "I can't force it," he muttered. That evening, without knocking, an old friend happened upon him and offered him a position. It wasn't coincidence, it was release. Trying is not alignment, it's tension. Most people misunderstand creation. They believe wanting something deeply enough will draw it in. But what they often broadcast is not desire, it's lack. When you try, when you push, when you grip tightly around a goal, the energy you emit is rooted in absence. And reality doesn't respond to your words, it responds to your vibration. To try is to declare it's not here. To effort is to anchor in the belief that you must earn it, chase it, prove yourself worthy of it. This vibration, while filled with good intentions, actually keeps what you want just out of reach. Not because you're unworthy, but because your signal is broadcasting, "I don't have it." And the universe, always faithful, always mirroring, echoes that state back. This is the paradox of manifestation. The more you try, the more you affirm the distance between where you are and where you want to be. And the universe will faithfully uphold the illusion of that distance. Trying is rooted in fear. Fear, it won't happen unless you control it, unless you hustle for it, unless you deserve it. But true alignment doesn't chase, it chooses. Creation flows not from effort, but from embodiment. When you believe something is already yours, you don't try. You prepare, you don't beg. You behave, you don't chase, you attract. Letting go of the trying vibration doesn't mean giving up your dream. It means trusting that your desire has already been heard, and your only job now is to live like it's done. Sacred insight. Trying says maybe, knowing says it is. Today's ritual is the release practice. Take a desire you've been holding tightly. Write it down on paper, then underneath it, write this. This is no longer mine to chase. It's already chosen me. Fold the paper and place it somewhere sacred, under your pillow, in a book you love. Then spend the next 24 hours as if it's on its way, as if the waiting is over, as if the outcome is inevitable. Because the moment you stop gripping the outcome, the energy flows freely. And in that stillness, in that space where wanting is replaced with knowing, everything begins to move. Not because you pushed, but because you finally got out of the way. In the sweltering August of 1936, in a faded boxing gym on the south side of Detroit, a young fighter named Mason trained for his shot at the regional title. Every morning he showed up before sunrise, fists pounding the heavy bag with the desperation of a man who had something to prove. His coach, an old fighter with more wisdom than words, watched silently for weeks. One afternoon, Mason collapsed mid-round, gasping with frustration. "I'm doing everything right," he groaned. "Then stop forcing it," the coach said, handing him a towel. "What you chase too hard starts running." This is the nature of resistance. We are taught to push, to try harder, to chase what we want with grit and urgency. But in the energetic architecture of the universe, pushing creates friction, and that friction becomes resistance. You are not denied what you want because you're unworthy. You're repelling it because your energy is tense. The more you force, the more reality contracts. Desire is not the problem. Attachment to the outcome is. When you try to control the how and when you demand that your timeline unfold in a precise sequence, you trap yourself in a narrow frequency. And within that frequency, you can't see the opportunities, solutions, or detours that might actually get you there faster. Resistance blinds you to the alternate paths already opening under your feet. It's like clenching your fist around water. The tighter you grip, the more it escapes. Resistance shows up in subtle ways. Obsessive thoughts, emotional frustration, constant checking, comparison, urgency. These are signals, not of failure, but of misalignment. The universe responds not to how much you want something, but to how you feel in its presence. If your dominant vibration is, "It's not here," you will live inside that truth. Pushing affirms absence. Releasing affirms trust. This is why the moment you give up, not in defeat, but in surrender, things often move. The job offer arrives after you stop applying. The call comes after you let go. The inspiration returns when you stop forcing the words, because in that moment you stop radiating lack. You open space. You return to flow. Sacred insight. You don't get what you push for. You get what you allow. Today's practice is recognition. Choose one area in your life where you've been pushing, where urgency and frustration have built a wall. Write down what you want in that area. Then underneath, write, "I release the grip. I trust the rhythm." For the next 24 hours, when you catch yourself reaching, forcing, or spiraling, pause. Breathe. Do nothing for a moment. Let the pressure dissolve. When resistance leaves the system, space returns. And in that space, what you've been trying to force can finally arrive. Not as something you conquered, but as something that was waiting all along for your energy to soften enough to let it in. In 1947, nestled in the Colorado foothills, a woman named Ruth tended a garden carved from the dry, rocky soil behind her cabin. Each morning she struggled to break through hardened earth, her tools dull, her hands blistered. The neighbors said nothing would grow there. Still she planted. One spring, after a particularly stubborn frost, she considered quitting. But that morning she noticed something different. Where the ground had cracked, seedlings had emerged stronger, their roots deeper than before. What she had seen as resistance was, in fact, reinforcement. Obstacles are not punishments. They are pressure points of potential. Most people experience challenge and assume they're being blocked, denied, tested. But in truth, life doesn't place obstacles in your path to stop you. It places them there to shape you, to strengthen the frequency you're trying to hold, to ensure that when you arrive at your desired reality, you can stay there. Every desire you declare sends a signal, but that signal must be matched in your nervous system, your identity, your action. The obstacle is not against your dream, it's training you to match it. You want confidence, so life brings a situation where your doubt is triggered. You ask for love, and unresolved wounds rise to the surface. You seek abundance and suddenly find yourself face to face with your scarcity patterns. Not because you've done something wrong, but because your signal is being refined. The universe never says no. It says, not like this. And so the obstacle becomes your mirror. It shows you what's still vibrating out of alignment. It reveals where the foundation needs reinforcing. It invites you not to turn back, but to transform. When you shift from asking, why is this happening to me, to what is this asking me to become, you unlock the power within the challenge. You stop resisting it. And the moment you stop resisting, the obstacle stops blocking, because the lesson has landed and the path clears. Sacred insight. Obstacles are accelerators in disguise. Resistance is the fire that forges your readiness. Today, identify one current challenge in your life, something that feels heavy, immovable, frustrating. Sit with it, not as a problem, but as a teacher. Ask, what is this shaping in me? What strength is this building? Then write down the version of you who easily moves through this. What they believe, how they feel, what they no longer fear. For the next 24 hours, act from that version. This is not bypassing, this is transmutation. You're not ignoring the obstacle. You're repurposing it. You're using it as a lever, not a wall. And as you do, reality responds, not by removing the challenge, but by showing you that you've already outgrown it. Because the version of you who lives your dream isn't avoiding resistance. They've made peace with it. And now, so have you. In the autumn of 1951, in a small town on the outskirts of Edinburgh, a man named Malcolm sat each evening in the same armchair, staring at the same crack in the ceiling. Once a writer filled with ideas, he hadn't put ink to paper in months. Nothing was wrong exactly, but everything felt dull. His days repeated like clockwork. Conversations blurred, even food tasted muted. He thought he was depressed. But one night, as he stood to fetch a book and found himself walking out the door instead, something clicked. That heaviness he had mistaken for stagnation wasn't the end. It was the edge. Boredom is not absence, it's buildup. What we call restlessness, those days where nothing feels right, nothing excites, and you ache for something unnamed, is often a sign that energy is reorganizing. You are not broken, you are on the verge. The internal gears are shifting even when the external world remains still. Before every breakthrough, there is this pause. Before clarity comes disorientation. And before a quantum leap, your familiar life often feels unlivable. It's not because you're doing something wrong, it's because who you used to be no longer fits. But who you are becoming hasn't fully landed. This in-between place is where boredom creeps in, not because there is nothing to do, but because the things you used to reach for no longer satisfy. That feeling isn't a signal to numb, it's a signal to listen. Restless energy is a kind of sacred static, a prelude to realignment, but many people misunderstand it. They think it means they need to push harder, fill the space, return to the old. But what's really being asked is surrender, stillness, space, because something new is trying to emerge. And it can't do that if you're frantically trying to escape the discomfort. Stillness is not emptiness. It's incubation. The cocoon must close before the wings unfold. And in that quiet, your system is recalibrating. Your awareness is shedding old scripts. Your desires are reorganizing into something sharper, truer, closer to your essence. Boredom is not a void, it is a womb. Sacred insight. Boredom isn't the absence of inspiration, it's the build-up before ignition. Today, when that restlessness arises, don't fight it. Sit with it. Place a hand over your chest. Breathe. Ask silently, what version of me is trying to arrive? Then write what comes, even if it makes no sense. For the next 24 hours, resist the urge to distract. Instead, notice what you're being pulled toward. What books catch your eye? What topics surface in conversations? What urges whisper at the edges of your awareness? You are not stuck. You are stretching. And soon, very soon, the shift will land. Not because you chased it, but because you were brave enough to sit in the stillness and let the next version of you rise without resistance. That isn't boredom. That's the birth of something extraordinary. In the spring of 1933, a woman named Eleanor stepped off a train in Santa Fe, clutching a suitcase and a heavy silence. Back in New York, her world had felt gray, her work uninspired, her days predictable. She had come west on instinct, chasing a feeling she couldn't name. But as her feet touched the dry desert soil, something shifted. The air felt electric. Colors seemed sharper. For the first time in years, she took a full breath. Within a week, she was painting again. Within a month, she felt like herself. She hadn't just changed location. The location had changed her. Every place carries a frequency. Just as people hold energy, so do landscapes, cities, even rooms. The ground beneath you is not neutral. It has memory, rhythm, tone. Some places hum with inspiration, others pulse with grounding. Some feel like expansion, others like compression. You are not imagining it. You are responding to the field. Your body is an antenna, and certain locations tune it. There's a reason certain cities feel like home the moment you arrive. A reason some places drain you no matter how beautiful they appear. It's not just culture or climate, it's resonance. When your internal frequency begins to shift, your environment either amplifies or resists that signal. And when you align with a place that matches your becoming, things start to move. Ideas flow, synchronicities appear. The version of you that had felt dormant begins to awaken. The earth holds codes, and some are meant just for you. It might be a coastline, a mountaintop, a street corner in a city you've never visited before. You walk into it and feel something ancient, something familiar. That pull is not random. It is memory, deep cellular memory, reconnecting to the vibrational imprint that called you there. Where you are affects who you become. This is why people take pilgrimages, why artists retreat to specific towns, why healers live near rivers or mountains. They are not escaping, they are tuning. Your environment is not a backdrop, it is a co-creator. When your frequency no longer matches your surroundings, friction appears, stagnation, irritation, longing, not as punishment but as an invitation to move, to find your match. Sacred insight. Some versions of you can only be activated in specific places. Today, reflect on the places that have moved you, not just visited, but changed you. Ask yourself, what energy did I access there? What part of me came alive? Then look at where you are now. Does it support your next becoming? If not, shift something. Rearrange your space. Take a trip. Walk a different path. Visit a place you've been intuitively nudged to see. You don't always need to move across the world. Sometimes just being in the right corner of your city is enough to activate what's been waiting. Because you are not only shaped by the space you inhabit, you shape it in return. And when the resonance aligns, everything begins to sing. In the winter of 1949, in a small cottage outside of Stockholm, a seamstress named Ingrid kept a notebook beside her bed. Each morning before the sun rose, she would write fragments of dreams, odd symbols, conversations with people she hadn't seen in years. One night she dreamt of a golden thread tangled in her sewing machine, glowing faintly. When she woke, she found a long, forgotten roll of fabric tucked behind a cabinet, buried under dust. That afternoon, she began designing again. The dream hadn't just been a story, it had been a map. You are not unconscious when you sleep. You are unlocked. In the dream state, your mind detaches from the linear constraints of waking life. It no longer filters experience through logic, identity, or fear. It becomes fluid, expansive, a translator of messages from deeper realms. What you experience in dreams may seem abstract or surreal, but beneath the symbols is a precise architecture, a blueprint. Dreams are not nonsense, they are navigation. Your subconscious speaks in image, metaphor, sensation. It will not always hand you a clear directive, but it will whisper truths you're not yet ready to face in daylight. It will point you toward choices, reveal attachments, warn of misalignments, or deliver creative instructions far beyond your current perspective. You've likely experienced it, the dream that lingers long after waking, the person who appears again and again, the place you visit that feels more real than real. These are not illusions, they are echoes of information your conscious mind hasn't decoded yet. The sleeping self is not a lesser self, it is the unbound one. In dreams, your soul wanders through possibility. You rehearse timelines, you heal, you explore outcomes that haven't yet arrived. Sometimes you receive memory from other versions of you, glimpses of paths not taken, or lives still unfolding in parallel. This is why so many dreams feel like memories, even when they've never occurred. And within them are instructions, blueprints for creation. You may dream of a door, then encounter one in waking life and feel a pull you can't explain. You may dream of failing, only to wake with the precise clarity to succeed. You may speak to someone who's passed and find peace that no waking word could ever bring. The messages are there, but only if you ask and only if you listen. Sacred insight, dreams are not separate from your life. They are an extension of your consciousness. Tonight, before sleep, set an intention. Write one question. What do I need to see? Or, what am I ready to remember? Place the paper beneath your pillow. Upon waking, write whatever comes. Image, feeling, phrase. Do not edit. Do not interpret too quickly. Let the pattern emerge across days. You are always being guided, and sometimes the clearest maps arrive not while you're searching, but while you're still, eyes closed, heart open, and the rest of you finally quiet enough to hear the truth speak. In the spring of 1932, a baker named Marisol danced in her kitchen as the morning light spilled through the windows. She wasn't trying to entertain anyone. She wasn't performing. She simply let herself move between kneading dough and sprinkling sugar, her laughter rising with the scent of rising bread. That afternoon, a traveler wandered into her shop, drawn not by the sign but by the music drifting through the open door. He would become her first investor. The bakery would expand, but it hadn't started with a business plan. It started with joy. Joy doesn't follow results. It creates them. Most people see play as a luxury, something reserved for weekends, children, or rare moments of escape. But in the energetic architecture of reality, play is not frivolous. It's foundational. It is one of the highest frequencies you can embody. It softens resistance, dissolves doubt, and invites solutions you could never reach through force. When you are in joy, you are in flow. Play doesn't just shift your mood, it shifts your state of being, And state is what reality responds to, not logic, not stress, not deserving, but vibration. When you are playful, your energy becomes magnetic. You stop reaching for what you want, and instead, you become the field that it reaches for. Joy is not passive. It's a tuning mechanism. Think about the moments you felt most alive, when time disappeared, when you weren't trying to be productive, but everything felt possible. That's not coincidence. That's coherence. In those states, you are aligned with your essence. And when you're aligned, doors open, conversations shift, money flows, ideas drop in effortlessly. These are not accidents, they are portals. And the password is delight. But most people have been taught to earn joy, to reserve it until the work is done, the bills are paid, the goals are reached. What they don't realize is that withholding joy delays the very outcomes they seek. Because in the quantum field, joy is not a reward, it's a key. Sacred insight. Joy is not what you get at the end of the path. It is the energy that unlocks the next step. Today, find 5 minutes to do something purely for the pleasure of it. Dance in your kitchen, doodle nonsense, sing in the shower, laugh without needing a reason. Do it not to manifest, not to heal, not to attract. Do it because it's who you are when the weight is gone. Then notice what shifts. Notice how the day rearranges, how people respond, how ideas arrive. Joy isn't childish, it's divine. And when you let yourself play again, not as a strategy but as a state, you unlock the portals that have been waiting for your frequency to rise. Because the universe doesn't speak in stress, it speaks in resonance. And when you become joy, everything you want starts looking for a way to reach you. In the quiet autumn of 1940, in a small village near Vienna, a violinist named Lucas practiced each evening in solitude. His talent was unmistakable, his technique flawless. Yet he never played for others. Each time he came close to performing publicly, something held him back. A sudden cold, a missed train, an excuse that arrived right on time. One evening, sitting by the fireplace, he confessed to his sister, "I know I'm good, but deep down I still believe no one truly wants to hear me." She looked at him gently. "Then that belief is playing louder than your music." This is the guardian belief. It is the hidden thought that quietly governs your life, the unconscious conviction that contradicts your desires. While you consciously ask for love, success, freedom, there may be a belief deep inside that says you're unworthy of it, unsafe with it, or incapable of sustaining it. That single thought, repeated over time, becomes a lens, and the world mirrors it back with startling accuracy. You may not hear it, but you feel its weight. It shows up in patterns. The promotion that almost happens, the relationship that almost works, the dream you nearly touch before something inexplicably unravels. You blame timing, circumstance, luck. But beneath it all, a quiet belief stands guard, not to harm you, but to protect you from a future your nervous system still sees as threatening. Beliefs are not logical. They are loyal. They were formed when you were young, when a single moment of rejection, shame, or fear etched itself into your sense of self. That moment became a story. That story became a truth. And now, even as your desires evolve, the guardian belief remains rooted, doing its job to keep you safe from a version of success you were once told would hurt. But safety isn't the same as alignment. To rise into a new reality, you must locate the belief that's holding the door shut, not with anger, not with force, but with compassion. The guardian belief isn't your enemy. It's an outdated protector. And once you see it, you can thank it and release it. Sacred insight. The future you seek is already aligned, but your deepest belief must agree to let it in. Today, ask yourself this question: what do I believe would go wrong if I got exactly what I want? Listen gently. Write the answer. Then ask again, Where did that belief begin? Follow the thread. When you find the moment, close your eyes. Speak to the version of you who adopted it. Offer them the truth. We are safe now. We are allowed to receive. The shift may be subtle, but everything begins to realign, because once the guardian steps aside, your desires no longer have to knock. They walk in, and your music, your real music, can finally be heard. In 1935, in a coastal town in southern Italy, a boy named Matteo watched his father work the docks with aching hands and a bowed back. Every evening, his father would say the same words at the dinner table. Men like us don't get to dream. We just survive. Matteo grew up swallowing those words like medicine. He became a mechanic, married early, raised children. But late at night, when everyone slept, he sketched boats in the margins of old newspapers, sleek, beautiful vessels that would never see water, not because he couldn't design them, but because he believed deeply that he wasn't the kind of man who ever would. We are not born with limits. We inherit them. Before you could form your own view of reality, you were given someone else's. A parent's fears, a teacher's caution, a society's expectations. These beliefs didn't always come as rules. Often they came as love, disguised as protection. Be realistic. Don't aim too high. People like us don't do things like that. These statements weren't always meant to hurt, but they built a ceiling where none was meant to exist. And over time, that ceiling became your sky. Inherited identity is subtle. It doesn't announce itself. It moves quietly, shaping your choices, narrowing your path. You might feel it when you hesitate to ask for more money, even when you've earned it. When you talk yourself out of joy before it arrives. When you avoid becoming too visible, too successful, too free, because someone once taught you in words or silence that your place is somewhere smaller. But the truth is, none of that is yours. You were born infinite, untamed. And then, little by little, the world handed you names, roles, limitations. You didn't choose them. You accepted them, out of love, out of survival. But you are allowed to return them now. Letting go of inherited limits isn't betrayal. It's liberation. You do not honor your lineage by living small. You honor it by becoming what they couldn't, by breaking the loop, by showing what's possible when love no longer wears the mask of fear. You are not here to repeat the story. You are here to revise it. Sacred insight. Just because the belief feels familiar doesn't mean it's true. It might simply be old. Today, ask yourself this: whose voice is shaping my limit? Trace your most persistent doubt to its source. Was it your mother's fear, your father's struggle, your culture's rule? Write it down. Then beneath it, write, "This is not mine to carry." Speak it aloud, burn it, tear it, release it. You are not who they said you had to be. You are who you choose to remember you are, and when you drop the borrowed names, when you release the secondhand fears, the world won't shrink. It will open, just as it was always meant to, waiting for you to take your place, not as an echo, but as the origin. In the winter of 1938, a woman named Celeste worked the front desk of a hotel in Vienna. She was quiet, unassuming, always bent slightly forward, as if trying to make herself smaller than the space she occupied. She spoke softly, never met anyone's eyes for long. One evening, an unfamiliar guest approached, radiant, upright, commanding without arrogance. As they exchanged a few polite words, he paused, looking at her with curiosity. "You're carrying something heavy," he said gently. "Even your spine knows it." She laughed nervously, but his words stayed with her. That night, she stood in front of the mirror and straightened her posture. The feeling that flooded in was unfamiliar, but electric, like her body had been waiting for her to remember it, was more than a vessel. Your body is not just how you move through the world, it is how you signal to it. Every emotion, every belief, every story you hold expresses itself through your posture, your breath, your gaze. You don't just feel low, you slump, You don't just feel anxious, you hold your breath. These aren't coincidences, they are transmissions. Your body broadcasts your frequency long before you speak a word. You've felt this before. You've met someone whose energy filled the room before they said hello, or sensed discomfort in a person who insisted they were fine. That's not intuition, that's resonance. That's your nervous system reading theirs. You are a walking signal tower, and your alignment matters. When your spine is tall, your chest open, your breath deep, your body is broadcasting safety, openness, confidence, even if your mind hasn't caught up yet. The signal you emit becomes the frequency you attract. And the world begins to mirror not your words, but your stance. You don't change your energy by thought alone. You change it by embodiment. If you carry the energy of defeat, your body will mirror it. If you carry the energy of authority, your body will reflect that too. You don't have to fake it. You simply have to remember the body posture of your empowered self. The way you walked when you felt strong, the way you breathed when you believed, the way you looked at the world when you trusted. Sacred insight. Your body hears everything your mind says, and says it louder. Today, take 10 conscious breaths, standing tall. Roll your shoulders back. Lift your chin. For 5 minutes, walk through your space as if you were the version of yourself who already has what you've asked for. Not as performance, but as practice. Let your body lead. Let it remember. Let it speak first. You'll feel the shift before the world responds. But soon the world will catch up. Strangers will treat you differently. Opportunities will open. Not because you changed who you are, but because you finally let your body speak the truth. Your spirit has always known. You are not small, you've just been folded, and now it's time to rise. In 1950, in a modest Paris apartment above a crowded cafe, a woman named Annette began to feel an unshakable fatigue. Her work as a dressmaker had once brought her joy, but now each morning felt heavier than the last. Her designs lacked spark. Clients came and went. Something was off, but she couldn't name it. One evening, in a moment of frustration, she moved her table 2 feet closer to the window. The next day, the sunlight fell across her sewing machine, and without thinking, she began sketching again. It wasn't just the light, it was the shift. Something had finally aligned. Your outer space is not neutral. It's narrative. Where you live, where you work, the arrangement of objects around you, all of it speaks, and all of it responds to your internal state. When your energy expands, but your environment remains rooted in an older version of you, a subtle tension emerges. The space doesn't feel wrong. It just doesn't feel alive. It doesn't meet you. It drags you back. This is invisible conflict. You've changed. Your energy has evolved, but your space hasn't caught up. You still sleep under the same art that reflects an outdated version of you. You work at a desk that holds the frequency of the struggle you've outgrown. You move through hallways that were once safe, but now feel dim, dense, unfamiliar. You can't quite explain why. You're restless. But it's real. Your space is a mirror, and mirrors must evolve. Everything in your environment holds memory. The chair where you cried, the clothes you wore during loss, the books you no longer resonate with but keep out of guilt. These things may seem passive, but they are emotional anchors. When your internal frequency rises, they start to feel like static. They don't match. And when your surroundings don't reflect who you are becoming, your progress stalls. Alignment isn't just internal, it's architectural. You don't have to move homes or throw everything away. Sometimes it's a matter of shifting one object, clearing one corner, bringing in something new that resonates. A candle, a photo, a scent, a sound. These adjustments aren't decorative, they're energetic. They tell your nervous system, it's safe to rise. Sacred insight. If your environment doesn't reflect your evolution, it will resist it. Today, walk through your space as if you're visiting someone else's life. Notice what feels vibrant and what feels stale. Ask yourself, does this reflect who I'm becoming or who I've already outgrown? Then change one thing, just one. Move a chair, light a different candle, donate the item that holds weight, open a window, and speak your new identity into the air. Watch how the energy moves. Your space is listening, waiting to echo your next chapter. And when it aligns, something unlocks. Flow returns. Ideas land. You feel more like yourself. Not because you've added more, but because you've made room for what's always been ready to arrive. In 1946, a man named Emil stood outside a bakery in Prague, staring through the fogged glass at a single golden loaf on the shelf. He had money in his pocket. He was hungry, and yet something inside him whispered to wait, not because he didn't want the bread, but because he felt the moment wasn't quite his. He turned, walked 2 blocks, and stumbled into a smaller shop he'd never noticed. Inside, the baker handed him 2 loaves, warm and fresh, saying, "These were meant for someone else who never came." Emil left smiling. He hadn't abandoned his desire. He had simply stopped clutching it. Desire is sacred, but clinging strangles its arrival. To want something deeply is not the problem. Desire is the compass of your soul. It reveals where your consciousness longs to expand. It's how your future self reaches through time and whispers, "Come this way." But the moment you grip it with urgency, the energy changes. Want becomes need. Curiosity becomes desperation. And the universe doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to how you hold it. Neutral desire is not apathy. It's power without tension. When you know something is yours, you don't beg for it. You prepare for it. You don't chase it. You create space for it. You move through life with the frequency of already receiving, not barely holding on. This is the paradox of manifestation. The more tightly you hold, the more you confirm you don't yet trust it's coming. Needing says, "I'm afraid." Knowing says, "I'm aligned." Clinging creates static in the field. It blocks intuitive nudges. It distorts perception. It makes you overlook timing and resist detours that were designed to help. The moment you release attachment, not to the desire, but to the outcome, you allow the infinite intelligence around you to rearrange reality in ways your planning never could. Desire should lift you, not weigh you down. Wanting without clinging means you can hold the vision in your heart, feel the joy of it fully, and then breathe deeply, smile, and go about your day. It means trusting that the seed has been planted, and your only job is to become the soil that welcomes it, not the force that drags it from the ground. Sacred insight: you're not meant to grip your desires. You're meant to grow into them. Today, choose one desire that feels heavy, one you've been holding with stress, fear, or urgency. Write it down simply. Then below it, write this sentence: "I trust this is unfolding in perfect rhythm, and I no longer need to chase it." Speak it aloud. Close your eyes. Imagine how it feels to already have it. Then, for the next 24 hours, act like someone who's simply waiting for a delivery, not someone who doubts the package was ever sent. Because when you release the grip, the channel opens. And in that space of neutral desire, the world moves. Not because you forced it, but because you finally gave it room to reach you. In the smoky back room of a Berlin cafe in 1939, a chess player named Henrik studied his opponent across the board. The match had dragged for hours, neither man willing to risk a bold move. But as the clock ticked down, Henrik felt something shift. He moved his knight without hesitation. His opponent faltered. Within 3 turns, the game was his. Afterward, when asked what changed, Henrik said quietly, "I stopped weighing options. I decided." Decision is the doorway. Most people live in a state of subtle hesitation. They think they're waiting on more information, more signs, more certainty, but in truth, the universe is waiting on them. Reality doesn't respond to indecision, it reflects it. Wavering sends mixed signals, and life, loyal to your broadcast, returns confusion. But when you decide, cleanly, finally, the field shifts instantly. Pathways appear, people show up, momentum returns. Because decision isn't just mental, it's vibrational. To decide is to collapse timelines, to say, this is the version of reality I claim. You are not simply choosing between options. You are activating a specific outcome and instructing the quantum field to build around it. And the moment your energy aligns with that clarity, the external world reorganizes in response. Clarity doesn't come before the decision. It comes from the decision. Many people wait for absolute certainty before acting, but what they don't realize is that certainty is created by movement, not overthinking. The truth doesn't always arrive fully formed. It's revealed in motion, and when you choose boldly, you begin to live as if it's already working, as if the path is already forming. That state alone changes everything. Indecision is a form of self-protection. It masks fear with logic. You tell yourself you need more time, but often what you really fear is loss. Loss of comfort, loss of approval, loss of the illusion of control. And so you stay in limbo. You tell yourself you're being patient, but the longer you stay uncommitted, the more static your reality becomes. Nothing moves because your signal is scrambled. But once you choose, truly choose, you change the broadcast. Sacred insight: the universe doesn't wait for your permission. It waits for your precision. Today, choose one area where you've been circling, waiting, doubting, delaying. Sit with it in stillness. Then ask yourself, what would I choose if I trusted completely? The answer will come quickly. Don't argue with it. Write it down. Make the choice. Don't just think it. Claim it. Then, for the next 24 hours, act as though your decision is already supported, as though the energy has already shifted, because it has. You'll notice the air feels different. The next step becomes clear, not because you forced it, but because you aligned with it. Decision isn't pressure, it's power. And when you use it with clarity, you stop waiting for the future and begin calling it in, one bold choice at a time. In the early dawn of 1941, in a quiet village in Wales, a teacher named Edith sat at her kitchen table with a cup of tea and a fountain pen. Before the school day began, she opened a small notebook and wrote a paragraph, not of what had happened, but of what she wanted to happen. She described her students as focused, her lessons as inspired, the weather as warm and kind. Then she closed the notebook and carried on. Over time, she noticed a strange pattern. The days she wrote were smoother, lighter. Reality seemed to fall in line with her ink. She hadn't predicted the day. She had chosen it. This is the power of pre-scripting. Most people enter their day like a passenger, responding to emails, moods, traffic, energy. They react to what's handed to them. But reality is not a fixed agenda. It's a flexible field. Every morning, a million versions of your day stretch out before you like threads. Which one unfolds is not random. It's selected by your state, your focus, your intention. You don't control the world by force. You shape it by frequency. Pre-scripting is the conscious act of choosing your timeline before it begins. It is not rigid planning. It is not fantasy. It is alignment. You're not telling the universe what must happen. You're telling it what you're ready to receive. You're stepping into the timeline that already exists, where everything flows, not by accident, but by attunement. You don't need to know how the day will unfold. You need to know how you want to feel in it. When you script your day in advance, you train your subconscious to look for evidence that supports your vision. You walk with the posture of someone already in sync, and life begins to mirror your expectation, not because it's obligated, but because your vibration calls in the matching thread. Most chaos comes from unconscious scripting. You wake up thinking about what went wrong yesterday. You anticipate the stress. You mentally rehearse the argument, the traffic, the lack, and like a well-trained servant, reality delivers. Not out of cruelty, but out of loyalty to your focus. Pre-scripting is not pretending the hard parts don't exist. It's choosing a different center of gravity. Sacred insight. You don't step into your day. You cast yourself into it. Tomorrow morning, take 5 minutes before anything else. Grab a pen. Write as if the day has already ended. Describe it. Today was clear, productive, joyful. Every conversation felt aligned. I felt focused. I laughed more than usual. The energy was light and opportunities came naturally. Keep it simple. Feel it as you write. Then go live it. Watch how people respond to your energy differently. How the unexpected turns out better than expected. You didn't manifest the day through force. You tuned to it. Because the timeline you want isn't waiting for you to deserve it. It's waiting for you to choose it. And your pen, it turns out, has always been the key. In 1943, in a foggy corner of San Francisco, a man named Theo sat in a cafe, nursing a coffee he could barely afford. He'd just left a job that drained him, with no plan and no prospects. He stared out the window, lost in the loop of what now, when a stranger sat across from him. "You dropped this," the man said, handing over a folded newspaper Theo had never touched. He opened it, confused. The front page was irrelevant, but inside, a small ad was circled in red ink. Writer needed. No experience required. He called the number, got the job. His life changed in a week. He never saw the man again. That wasn't luck. It was alignment. The universe doesn't speak only through signs and synchronicities. It speaks through people, through glances, gestures, conversations, through the unexpected kindness of a stranger, the passing comment from a friend, the random message that arrives at just the right moment. People are not separate from your manifestation. They are its delivery system. You're not meant to do this alone. We're taught that independence is strength, that receiving help means weakness, but in the fabric of reality, everything is connected. Every desire you send out vibrates across that web, and the response often arrives through others, because people are channels, and when you resist receiving, you block the current. The right people are already on your timeline, but you must be open to meet them. Helpers come in all forms. A conversation that confirms what your intuition was whispering. A mentor who appears when you've finally made the internal shift. A passerby who says one sentence that unravels months of confusion. They are not accidents, they are placement. But here's the catch. They often appear after you've made the decision internally. Once you declare your direction clearly, firmly, the support begins to gather, not before. Because the universe does not build a bridge for those who might cross. It builds for those already walking. When you say yes, life sends backup, and it wears human faces. Sacred insight. The universe is always speaking. Sometimes it sounds like someone else's voice. Today, reflect on the unexpected conversations and moments that helped you, big or small. Who said something that shifted your path? Who appeared when you needed direction or confidence or proof? Then ask yourself, have you been open to receive? Or have you been trying to carry what was never meant to be yours alone? The ritual is simple. Say silently, "I welcome the helpers on my path." Then move through your day with softened eyes. Listen for messages. Stay curious. The person you least expect may carry the sentence that breaks the spell you've been under. Because the universe is always listening. And when it answers, it often sits down beside you, slides over a cup of coffee, and changes your life with a single word. In the winter of 1942, a man named Vincent lived alone in a small cabin deep in the Bavarian forest. He had once been a prominent architect, known for his precision and pace, but after a series of personal losses, he walked away from the world. Days passed without a plan. He read, he sat, he walked between trees without purpose. One afternoon, as snow drifted softly outside, he watched a single pine needle fall in slow motion. No thought, no ambition, just presence. That evening, a letter arrived, an invitation to design a memorial he had once dreamed of. He hadn't reached for it, it had found him. Stillness is not absence, it is alignment. In a world addicted to movement, doing nothing is often mistaken for failure. You are taught to act, hustle, build, chase. Productivity is praised, rest is postponed. But in the unseen layers of creation, force is not the most powerful frequency. Presence is. When you are still, not slouched in apathy, but anchored in awareness, you shift from reaction to receptivity. You become a tuning fork for clarity. Space opens, energy gathers, ideas surface. The things you've been running toward begin running toward you. Stillness is not a pause between actions. It is its own kind of action. Your desire does not require constant motion to be fulfilled. It requires resonance. You don't manifest by doing more. You manifest by being the version of you who no longer needs to prove, chase, or control. That version lives in stillness, not because they've given up, but because they've tuned in. You are not meant to wrestle life in a submission. You are meant to remember that life already knows what you've asked for. And when you stop cluttering the field with noise, the message can finally deliver. Doing nothing is not laziness. It is listening. Stillness is where you recalibrate, where you stop broadcasting confusion and begin receiving instruction. It is the space between the exhale and the next idea, the sacred gap between endings and arrivals, the silence where your next timeline whispers its invitation. Sacred insight. Sometimes the most magnetic thing you can do is stop trying to be magnetic. Today, create a window of stillness. No phone, no distraction, just sit. Eyes open or closed. Breathe. Resist the urge to plan or fix. Let the silence stretch. It may feel uncomfortable at first. That's only because you're unused to being with your own frequency without interference. Stay there, then watch. Watch how the rest of your day feels different, how conversations shift, how answers you've been seeking begin to surface. You didn't do anything to chase them. You simply stopped blocking them with noise. Stillness is not retreat. It is command without demand. The quieter you become, the louder life speaks. And in that sacred silence, you'll find not just peace, but the power to move worlds without ever lifting a finger. In 1944, in a dimly lit tailor shop in Lisbon, a man named Roberto stood before a mirror holding a suit he had stitched by hand. It was his finest work, sharp lines, perfect fit, a design that whispered elegance. Yet he folded it back into the garment bag and hung it up. It's not time yet, he told himself. He would wear it someday, when he was somebody, when he was successful enough, when the world had given him permission. That suit stayed in the closet for 3 more years, and the man who could have stepped into a new identity kept waiting to become someone he already was. Readiness is a mirage. We are taught to earn our becoming, to accumulate enough skills, money, confidence, titles, before we claim the life we want. When I'm ready, we say, when I've done more, healed more, learned more. But readiness doesn't come from achievement. It comes from alignment, and the version of you that you're waiting to become already exists. The only thing missing is your permission to embody it. The wait is not for reality to shift. It's for your identity to catch up. Readiness is not a milestone. It's a decision. It's the moment you stop outsourcing your power to future circumstances and choose to live from the state of your desire now, not when it's proven, not when it's safe, but when it's true. Because the truth is, you'll never feel ready for the thing that changes you. Not fully. Expansion always comes with discomfort, and if you keep waiting until that discomfort disappears, you'll wait forever. The world doesn't meet you when you arrive. It meets you when you decide. You are not preparing to become the version of you that lives the life you want. You are remembering how to return to it. That version already knows what to say, how to move, how to choose. They're not waiting in the distance. They're standing beside you, whispering, "It's time." And when you step into that identity, even before the evidence supports it, You begin to shape reality around your being. Opportunities rearrange. People respond differently. The mirror reflects a new image because you've finally decided to show it something new. Sacred insight. Readiness isn't real. It's a delay disguised as responsibility. Today, identify one area where you've been waiting, holding back, hesitating, shrinking. Ask yourself, what would I do right now if I believed I was already the one? Then do it. Wear the suit, share the idea, walk into the room, speak from the place of already becoming. You're not faking it, you're remembering it. Because the truth is, you don't become ready by waiting. You become ready by stepping. And when you stop hesitating at the edge, you realize the future wasn't ahead of you. It was inside you all along, ready the moment you said yes. In the summer of 1937, a florist named Helena opened her shop each morning with a sigh. The arrangements were beautiful, meticulously crafted, but sales were slow and customers seemed impatient, dismissive. She began blaming the economy, the weather, even the foot traffic. Then one morning she caught a glimpse of herself in the shop window as she unlocked the door. Shoulders slouched, brow furrowed, lips pursed. In that moment, it struck her. The world was treating her exactly how she treated herself. That day she stood taller, softened her face, and greeted the day differently. By afternoon, something had changed, not just in her, but in everything around her. The outer world is not separate from you, it is echo. Every moment, every encounter, every circumstance is reflecting your internal state, not as punishment or reward, but as feedback. Reality is your mirror, not showing you what you deserve, but showing you that you believe. If you walk through life expecting disappointment, you'll find reasons to validate it. If you carry the vibration of joy, life rushes to match it. The universe is not judging you, it's syncing with you. We are always projecting, always receiving. The people who frustrate you most often reflect something unclaimed within you, an unresolved wound, a suppressed truth, a boundary unmet. The opportunities you can't seem to find may be mirroring your own resistance to stepping into your power. The chaos that appears in your day might be revealing the clutter in your mind. None of this is blame. It's awareness. The screen of life is showing you where your attention lives. You don't need to change the screen. You need to change the signal. Most people try to rearrange reality without shifting themselves. They try to force outcomes, fix others, manipulate circumstances. But lasting change doesn't begin out there, it begins inside. When you change your state, your thoughts, your beliefs, your emotional baseline, the world cannot help but adjust. It must. That is law. You've experienced this already. The day you felt radiant for no reason and strangers smiled at you. The moment you made peace with a decision and clarity arrived. The time you forgave someone and suddenly they called. These are not accidents. These are reflections, shifting as your frequency does. Sacred insight. You are not reacting to life. You are interacting with your own reflection. Today, choose one aspect of your life that feels stuck. An unkind relationship, a financial block, a repeating challenge. Instead of asking, why is this happening to me? Ask, what is this showing me about how I see myself? Be gentle. Write it down, then shift one internal belief about that area. Just one. Watch how the outer world begins to flicker, then move. You are the source, the projector, the script. And the moment you realize this, life becomes not something to endure, but something you get to rewrite, one reflection at a time. In 1948, in a dim theater on the outskirts of Dublin, an actress named Maureen sat in the wings long after the curtains had closed. She was still wearing her costume, still mouthing the lines of the character she'd played night after night for a decade. The applause had faded, the stage hands gone, but she remained, caught in the echo of someone who wasn't her. Later, walking home beneath the gas lamps, she whispered, "I don't know who I am without her." That was the beginning, not of forgetting, but of returning. We live by roles: daughter, provider, caretaker, survivor, overachiever. Some of these were assigned, some were assumed. All were worn like armor at some point. Roles help us navigate, belong, function. But over time, they harden. What began as adaptation becomes identity. And then slowly, quietly, the costume fuses to the skin. You forget it's something you put on. The trouble begins when the role outlives its purpose. You keep playing the strong one even when you're exhausted. You stay in the reliable one even when your needs go unmet. You repeat the role of the one who always falls short because it's familiar even when you've outgrown it. These roles are not you. They are fragments of old survival strategies, and freedom begins the moment you stop mistaking them for truth. To erase a role is not to erase your past. It is to reclaim your future. You're allowed to be new, to surprise yourself, to disappoint those who only love you when you stay small. You are not obligated to keep rehearsing the same emotional choreography just because it's how others know you. Let them recalibrate. Let yourself evolve. Identity is fluid. Consciousness doesn't cling. The roles you've played were useful. They kept you safe, accepted, stable. But now they may be keeping you stuck. Growth requires risk. The risk of being misunderstood. The risk of stepping into space without a script. But that's where you find who you are beneath the performance. Raw, unfiltered, real. Sacred insight. You are not here to repeat a part. You are here to write a new one. Today, name the role that feels tight. The one you keep returning to out of habit or obligation. Write it down. I am tired of being the hero. Then below it, write the truth. I am ready to be Choose a word that feels expansive, free, alive. Speak it aloud, even if your voice shakes. Then act from that new energy once today. Say no when the old role would have said yes. Say yes when the old role would have stayed silent. Break the loop. You are not a character in someone else's script. You are the author, pen in hand. And the fastest way to free yourself is not to fight the old role, but to step out of it altogether, into a space where you don't have to act. You only have to be. In 1939, in a quiet attic room in Amsterdam, a man named Willem spent every evening replaying the same moment in his mind. The day his father walked out. He was just a boy then, standing in the doorway, unanswered questions clutched in his fists. For decades, that scene haunted him. Every time he faced rejection, every time someone didn't choose him, that memory echoed back. You're not worth staying for. One night, weary of the wait, he tried something different. He closed his eyes and saw the scene again. But this time, he changed it. His father turned, knelt, and said, "This isn't your fault." Willem wept, not because it happened, but because something shifted inside and then around him. The past is not fixed. It is flexible in meaning. You cannot change the events, but you can change your relationship to them. You can change the emotional charge they carry, the story they tell, the power they hold over who you are now. Your brain does not store memory like a recording, it stores it like a narrative. And every time you revisit a memory, you are not watching it, you are rewriting it. Most people do this unconsciously. They make the story heavier, sharper, more painful over time. But what if you chose to become the author? What if you stopped being a victim of the past and became the editor of its meaning? You are not bound by the first version of what happened. You are free to see it through the eyes of who you've become. That moment of heartbreak, maybe it was the birth of your boundaries, that failure. Maybe it was life redirecting you, that silence. Maybe it was the space you needed to hear yourself for the first time. You are not changing facts. You are changing frequency. And when you shift the vibration of your past, you change what your present can hold. Because unresolved pain in the past leaks into your now. It colors your choices, your confidence, your capacity to receive. But when you revisit a memory with love, with softness, with curiosity, instead of judgment, something powerful happens. You retrieve the version of you that got stuck there. You bring them home, sacred insight. You don't heal by forgetting the past. You heal by re-seeing it through new eyes. Today, choose one memory that still stings, one moment that shaped your beliefs. Close your eyes, re-enter the scene, but this time bring your present self with you. Speak to your younger self. Change the words, the tone, the posture. Let love enter where fear once ruled. Let understanding rewrite silence. Then breathe. Notice how you feel. Notice what loosens. Your past is not a prison, it's a portal. And every time you rewrite a memory with compassion, you free not just who you were, but who you're allowed to be now. Not in spite of the past, but because you finally took its power back. In the fall of 1945, a merchant named Raphael stood at the edge of the sea in Marseille, staring at the boat he had long saved for but never dared to launch. He had worked tirelessly for years, thinking that once everything was secure, his finances, his family, his future, then he'd begin. But each time he approached the dock, fear whispered louder than the wind. What if I lose it all? One day, broken by the weight of his own postponement, he gave the boat away. The very next morning, a letter arrived from a shipping company seeking someone with seafaring knowledge. Within weeks, Raphael found himself sailing, only not on the boat he clung to, but through the door that opened when he let it go. The path to fulfillment is rarely a straight line. It is a paradox. You've been told that if you want more, you must hold on tighter, that if you desire love, you must search harder, that success comes from relentless effort, but often the moment something finally shifts is not when you grip, but when you release, not when you try harder, but when you surrender, not when you chase it, but when you stop needing it. Reality responds not to force, but to flow. This is the paradox of creation. The more desperately you pursue something, the more you affirm its absence. But when you let go, not in apathy, but in trust, the energy opens. Possibilities arise. What you've been running after finds a way to meet you, not because you stopped caring, but because you stopped obstructing. Opposites are not contradictions, they are keys. When you want more control, sometimes the answer is to loosen your grip. When you long to be seen, often the shift comes when you stop performing. When you feel empty, the answer might be to give. And when you feel stuck, movement begins the moment you stop trying to escape. This is not backwards. This is balance. You are a multidimensional being, operating in a reality that bends around your state. The harder you insist, the more resistance you create. But when you embody the energy of I already am, the paradox unlocks, and fulfillment rushes in, not as something you chase, but as something you align with. Sacred insight, what you seek, may not come through the front door. It may enter when you stop guarding it. Today, notice one area where you feel blocked, one desire that feels like it's getting farther away the harder you reach. Pause. Ask, what's the opposite of how I've been approaching this? Then try that. Release the timeline. Give the compliment. Say no when you always say yes. Trust when you've always doubted. You may feel resistance at first. That's the mind craving control. But keep moving, not against the current, but with it. Because sometimes the fastest way forward is to stand still. The way to receive is to release. And the clearest path to what you desire is the one you stopped trying to walk in a straight line. In the winter of 1941, in the outskirts of Kyoto, a calligrapher named Hiroshi began rising before dawn, not to write, but to sit in silence. His inkstones remained untouched, brushes still wrapped in cloth. The first day he felt foolish, the second, restless. But by the third morning something shifted. In the stillness he heard the sound of snow falling. In the silence a thought surfaced, not from his mind, but from somewhere deeper. Let the paper breathe before you ask it to speak. The next scroll he painted became his most celebrated work. and he credited none of it to technique. He said it arrived through the silence. Silence is not empty. It is full of everything you've been too loud to hear. We live in a world addicted to noise, constant conversation, endless content, the hum of productivity. Even when alone, we reach for something to fill the space. But in the architecture of reality, silence is not absence. It is access. It is in the quiet that the real answers come, the whispers of intuition, the subtle nudges of knowing, the clarity that no amount of thinking can summon. These things do not arrive when the mind is cluttered. They wait, patiently, for you to become still enough to notice them. And when you finally do, the answers appear not as shouts, but as recognition, like remembering something you didn't know you forgot. Silence is a portal, a doorway into expanded awareness. It's not passive. It's active listening, tuning into the frequency beneath the noise. When you enter silence with intention, the mind begins to loosen its grip, and something greater begins to speak. This is where guidance lives. This is where direction is given not through logic, but through resonance. A full body yes, a quiet certainty, and yet silence is often avoided because it reveals. When the noise fades, you meet your thoughts, your fears, your unmet longings, but you also meet your truth. And truth, once seen, asks for change. That's why most people fill their days with volume, not to stay informed, but to stay distracted. But silence does not demand anything of you. It simply offers you back to yourself. Sacred insight. Silence doesn't give you answers. It shows you that you already had them. Today, create five minutes of intentional silence. No music, no phone, no agenda. Sit, breathe. When the mind wanders, let it. Then gently return. You're not trying to think your way to a solution. You're allowing the solution to rise. Don't expect thunder. Expect still water. And pay attention afterward. What idea emerges during a walk? What clarity greets you in the shower? What choice feels easier than it did before? That's the echo of the silence speaking back. You are not lost. You are simply loud. And the portal of silence waits. Not to quiet the world, but to awaken the part of you that never stopped knowing. The answer is already here. It just needed space to land. In 1940, in the heart of Buenos Aires, a dressmaker named Camila worked 12 hours a day in her tiny shop. Her hands were skilled, her attention precise, but her exhaustion never eased. She believed if she worked harder, clients would come. If she proved herself through effort, success would follow. But despite her talent, the shop stayed quiet. One rainy afternoon, after finishing yet another gown for a client who never returned, she set down her needle and simply sat. For the first time in years, she did nothing. That evening, a stranger passed by and asked to see her work. She left with 3 dresses and an invitation to showcase them. Camilla hadn't chased this moment. It had arrived the moment she stopped running. We are taught that more effort equals more results, but energy doesn't work like math. In the realm of physical reality, hard work has its place. But in the energetic field, where possibility forms into matter, force often creates friction. Doing more can sometimes mean receiving less, because the energy behind the doing is lack, not alignment. You can't outrun resistance. You have to release it. Many people try to manifest their desires through sheer willpower. They hustle, overthink, obsess. They stay busy to feel worthy. But if the action comes from fear, fear of missing out, fear of not being enough, fear of losing, it doesn't expand. It contracts. Energy becomes tangled, clarity dims, and the very thing they're chasing moves further away. The truth is, most of what you want is already on its way. The question is, are you too busy to receive it? When you slow down, you become magnetic, still, open. You make space for intuition, for unexpected opportunities, for creative insight that doesn't arrive through logic, but through lightness. Doing less doesn't mean doing nothing. It means letting your energy do more of the work. Alignment is more powerful than activity. The version of you who already has what you want isn't frantic. They're grounded. They take inspired action, not scattered motion. They know when to rest, when to listen, when to leap. And when you begin embodying that version now, not after the goal is reached, but before, you shift from forcing outcomes to allowing them. Sacred insight. Effort says, I must make this happen. Energy says, it's already happening. I'll meet it halfway. Today, take one task you've been overcomplicating. Step back. Ask, what would this look like if it were easy? Let the answer rise. Then do only what feels light, clear, or obvious. Leave the rest. Watch how much more arrives when you stop chasing it. You don't have to prove yourself to the universe. You only have to align with what's already true. Because the more space you create, the more life rushes in, not as a reward for burnout, but as a response to your signal. I am ready, and I no longer need to earn what was always mine to receive. In the early spring of 1946, in a sunlit village outside Naples, a baker named Luca began rising before dawn, not just to prepare his breads, but to sit in stillness before the fire. For years he had rolled out dough with a restless mind, allowing the stress of debts, deliveries, and difficult customers to shape his days before they had even begun. But after reading a passage in an old journal left by his grandfather, "How you wake is how the world wakes to you," he changed everything. Each morning he now lit a candle, closed his eyes, and chose his feeling before he touched the flour. The difference was immediate. The bakery felt lighter, the customers kinder, the mornings became magic. The first moments after waking are sacred. Before your mind fills with to-do lists, headlines, and noise, there is a brief window, soft, open, potent. In that space, your subconscious is still malleable. Your energetic field is still forming. What you focus on in those early minutes sets the tone for your entire day. You are not just waking up, you are tuning in. Most people reach for their phone within seconds. They check messages, scroll news, invite the outside world into their nervous system before they've anchored their own. Then they wonder why the day feels overwhelming, why peace feels distant, why nothing quite flows. But what if you started differently? What if the first voice you heard was your own? Waking with intention is not a routine. It's a decision, a declaration. You're not asking the day to be good. You're becoming the frequency that calls goodness in. That frequency is a choice, and the earlier you choose it, the more the day organizes around it. Your morning state is a template. Everything else copies it. You don't need an hour. You don't need perfection. You need presence. 2 minutes, eyes closed. One hand on your heart, one on your belly. Ask, what do I choose to feel today? Joy, calm, certainty, abundance? Pick one. Then breathe it in. Imagine your cells absorbing it. Let that be your first language. Let that be your first command. The body remembers what you rehearse, and energy responds accordingly. Sacred insight. You don't wake into your day. You create the day you wake into. Tomorrow, before your feet touch the ground, set your frequency. Whisper your intention aloud. Today I move with peace. Today I am magnetic. Today everything flows. Let it feel like truth before the world gives you evidence. Because when you lead with your vibration, reality follows your rhythm. And if you forget halfway through the day, return to that moment. Close your eyes. Breathe. Reset. Morning isn't just a clock. It's a frequency. And you can step into it again any time, because the world does not decide how your day goes. You do. And it all begins with how you rise, not just from bed, but into being. In the autumn of 1933, in a quiet town outside Vienna, a teacher named Anneliese found herself once again standing in front of a classroom filled with unruly students. It was her third school in 5 years. Each time the same story unfolded. Disrespect, resistance, chaos. She told herself it was the schools, the system, the culture. But one day, after a particularly difficult afternoon, she sat at her desk and whispered aloud, "Why does this always happen to me?" And in the silence that followed, a deeper question rose. What am I not learning? Life repeats not to punish you, but to awaken you. When a pattern shows up again and again, similar people, situations, outcomes, it's not bad luck. It's feedback. It's your reality reflecting something unresolved in you. The lesson wasn't fully embodied, so the test returns, not because you failed, but because you're ready to go deeper. Patterns are not random. They are invitations. You may notice you always attract unavailable partners, or struggle to keep money no matter how much you earn, or find yourself quitting right before things take off. It can feel frustrating, even cruel, but the universe is not working against you. It is responding to your dominant frequency, your beliefs, your expectations, your unspoken truths. You don't break a pattern by resisting it. You break it by understanding it. The moment you ask, "What is this teaching me about how I see myself?" you begin to loosen the loop. Maybe it's showing you where you settle, where you don't speak up, where you still believe you're not worthy of more. Maybe the pattern is pressing gently, then louder, until you finally shift, not your circumstances, but your identity. Because when you change who you're being, the test no longer applies. This is not about blame, it's about power. If life is trying to get your attention, it means you're ready. Ready to reclaim something, ready to graduate from a lesson that's kept you walking in circles. Familiar doesn't mean forever, unless you refuse to look. Sacred insight. Patterns repeat not to remind you you're stuck, but to remind you there's another way. Today, identify one area where life feels like a loop, something you keep reliving, even in new settings. Then ask, who am I being when this shows up? Write down your answer. Then ask, who would I need to be for this to stop repeating? Let that answer become your new role. Embody it, practice it, even if only in one small moment today. When you respond differently, life shifts. The pattern dissolves, not because the world changed, but because you did. And the lesson, it no longer needs to repeat, not because it was finally avoided, but because it was finally learned. That is how the test becomes the transformation, and the loop becomes the launch. In the summer of 1936, in a small town near Prague, a pianist named Tomas played the same song each evening in the corner of a quiet hotel lounge. He knew other compositions. He had written dozens, but whenever he tried something new, his fingers would tremble. The melody would falter. He always returned to the one piece that never failed, never challenged, never expanded him. One night, a guest asked why he played that same tune so often. Tomas smiled politely, but inside, something broke. He didn't fear failure. He feared leaving the frequency he knew how to survive in. Your comfort zone is not just a set of routines. It's a vibration. We often think of comfort zones as habits, places, people. But at their core, comfort zones are energetic. They are emotional frequencies we've grown used to. Some of them are low-grade anxiety. Some are quiet resentment. Some are quieting joy because joy never felt safe. You don't just get comfortable with patterns. You get chemically, emotionally, vibrationally attuned to them. You've lived in certain states, overthinking, overgiving, staying small for so long they feel like home. Not because they are nurturing, but because they are familiar. Familiarity is magnetic, even when it's painful. That's why we return to the same arguments, the same jobs, the same cycles. Not because we don't want more, but because more lives outside the frequency we've normalized. And your nervous system doesn't chase growth. It chases what it can predict. Breaking free isn't about doing more. It's about tuning higher. The version of you who lives in expansion, joy, creativity, they exist on a different wavelength. You don't just walk into that life. You become the frequency that resonates with it. That means feeling what you're not used to feeling, acting without the certainty that used to keep you safe. It means letting discomfort become your compass. Growth never feels like clarity at first. It feels like chaos. Because your old vibration starts pulling you back. You'll question yourself. You'll crave the predictable. You'll hear the voice that says, "This isn't you." But it is. It's the you you've been avoiding. Not because you don't believe in them, but because you don't yet know how to live with their energy. But the only way to normalize a new frequency is to spend time inside it. Sacred insight, what you call stuck, is often just your system avoiding the vibration it's not practiced in. Today, notice your emotional default. What feeling do you always return to? Doubt, guilt, control. Then ask, what frequency have I been avoiding? Pick a new one, ease, joy, certainty, and embody it for 5 minutes. Not to force change, but to remind your body, there is more. Step by step, you stretch. Breath by breath, you rise. And soon, the unfamiliar becomes your new baseline. Because freedom isn't found in a different place. It's found in a different frequency. One you've always had access to, just waiting for you to tune in. In 1947, in the hills outside Madrid, a shepherd named Luis spent his days walking in silence beneath a sky that seemed to stretch beyond time. One afternoon, while resting beneath an olive tree, he watched his thoughts drift in and out, like passing clouds, worries, plans, memories. Then something strange happened. He noticed that while his thoughts moved, something in him did not. There was a stillness beneath it all, watching without judgment, unaffected by the content. For the first time, Luis realized, I am not the thoughts. I am the one watching them. In that moment, he met himself. Not the roles, not the personality, but the awareness beneath it all. You are not your thoughts. You are the space in which they appear. Most people live fused to their mind. They think they are their inner dialogue, their stories, their memories, their opinions. But these are not the self. They are activity, content. They are clouds, not the sky. And the sky, that open, unchanging awareness, has been there the entire time, quietly observing. Awareness doesn't speak in language. It simply is. It watches your thoughts come and go, your emotions rise and fall, your desires evolve. It does not judge. It does not cling. It simply notices. The moment you step into that noticing, everything changes. The noise softens. The grip of identification loosens. You stop reacting from thought and begin responding from presence. This is not disconnection. It is liberation. When you realize you are not the contents of your mind, you become free to choose which thoughts to follow, which emotions to feed, which stories to keep alive. You step out of the drama and into the director's chair. You stop being the character who suffers and become the one who sees clearly. Awareness is not a concept. It is your true nature. It was there when you were 5, watching your first heartbreak. It was there yesterday, behind your latest worry. It will be there tomorrow, untouched by whatever joy or struggle arises. You've always been looking from it, but rarely at it. To awaken is not to become something new. It is to become aware of awareness itself. Sacred insight, you are not in your mind. Your mind is in you. Today, take 60 seconds. Sit in stillness. Close your eyes. Watch your thoughts without engaging. Feel your breath without controlling it. Then ask, who is noticing all of this? Don't rush to answer. Let the question hang. Let it echo in the silence. You will feel it, not as an idea, but as presence. And in that presence, everything softens. Fear loses its grip. Control dissolves. Because when you meet the one behind it all, you no longer need to fix the world to find peace. You simply rest in the part of you that was never disturbed to begin with. That is awareness, and it is always waiting to be remembered. In the spring of 1949, in a small fishing village on the coast of Portugal, a man named Elias began waking up at odd hours. He couldn't explain why. No noise, no dream, just a stirring. He felt restless, as though something were shifting beneath his life. Though nothing outward had changed, customers still came to his shop. The tides still came and went, but inside, he felt both unsteady and strangely expectant. One morning, while watching the sunrise, a thought landed like a whisper. What if this feeling is the beginning, not the end? Change doesn't always announce itself with fireworks. It often arrives as discomfort. Before new realities take shape, the old ones start to dissolve. Not always with drama, but with subtle unease. You feel like shedding your skin. What used to excite you falls flat. What once felt safe now feels confining. You haven't moved yet, but internally you've already begun the walk. This is the signature of a shift. Internal misalignment with what no longer matches your becoming. It's easy to overlook this, to call it boredom or fatigue. But if you look closer, you'll see the signs are everywhere. Conversations feel different. Patterns break. You notice repeated numbers, recurring symbols, unexpected nudges. These are not random. They are indicators that your energy is rearranging and life is beginning to catch up. Reality shifts subtly at first, through feeling before form. That stirring you feel, it's not confusion, it's contrast. Your inner frequency is changing, and your outer world is still catching up. In the space between those two, it can feel like something's wrong. But this is where most people give up. They misinterpret the friction as failure, not realizing they're standing at the edge of a threshold. You can't always see the shift, but you can feel it. You'll notice synchronicities, small affirmations that mirror your thoughts before you say them aloud. Old friends fall away. New ideas arrive with a sense of urgency. Time feels different. You're pulled to places, books, people without reason. These are not coincidences. They are alignments. Your inner landscape is changing, and the outer world is beginning to respond. Sacred insight. You don't wait for change. You feel it before it arrives. Today, reflect on where you've been feeling strange, where restlessness or repetition has crept in. Instead of trying to fix it, recognize it. Name it. This is a sign of change. Breathe into the unknown, not as a void, but as a beginning. Let it expand. Let it show you what's already in motion. Because the shift doesn't happen overnight. It happens over and over, quietly, until the moment you finally see what your energy has been building all along. You are not lost. You are recalibrating. And the signs have been there the entire time, whispering, nudging, preparing you for something greater than you imagined and closer than you think. In 1932, in a quiet village outside Kyoto, a young girl named Aiko visited a calligrapher with her grandfather. She watched as the old man carefully dipped his brush into black ink and painted her name across rice paper. But he didn't do it quickly. He spoke each syllable aloud before writing it, as if invoking something sacred. Your name, he told her, is not just what you are called. It is what you carry. Aiko kept that scroll for the rest of her life. She would come to understand that it was more than a keepsake. It was a key. Your name is not just a label. It is a frequency. Every time someone speaks your name, it vibrates in the air. That sound doesn't disappear. It resonates, subtly influencing the space around it. Your name contains rhythm, tone, cadence. It carries the energy you associate with it, your story, your beliefs, your self-image. And over time, it becomes more than a way to be identified. It becomes a way to be defined. Words have power. Names have direction. As a child, you may have been praised or punished in ways that attached meaning to your name. You heard it in moments of joy and in moments of correction, and slowly, that sound became entangled with a certain identity. You're always so sensitive. You're the smart one. You're too much. These declarations stick. And now, when you hear your name, even unconsciously, It carries the weight of everything you've ever believed about yourself. But what if your name isn't fixed? What if it's a living spell? Spells aren't just found in books of magic. A spell is any combination of sound and intention that alters energy. And your name, when spoken with awareness, can become a portal to remembrance. It can lift, empower, awaken, but first it must be cleared. You are allowed to redefine your name. Whether it's the one you were given at birth or one you chose later in life, it can be infused with new meaning, new identity, new vibration. You don't need to change it externally to change how it lives inside you. You only need to meet it again, this time with intention. Sacred insight. Your name is not who you were. It is who you choose to become every time you speak it. Today, say your name aloud, slowly, gently. Listen. What emotion does it carry? What version of you responds? Then choose a new meaning. Whisper it. When I say this name, I call in strength, I call in truth, I call in light. Say it again, this time as a blessing, not a habit. Let it echo through your body like a song you've only just begun to remember, because names are not just sounds, they are spells. And when you speak yours with love, clarity, and power, the world doesn't just hear you, it responds. In the winter of 1938, in a quiet corner of Copenhagen, a writer named Sophia sat by her window, wrestling with the decision she hadn't spoken aloud. She'd been offered a position in Paris, a dream and a fear wrapped into one. As she sat in silence, unsure, she glanced at the newspaper left on her table. An article headline read, "Leap before you know how to fly." Her breath caught. That was the exact sentence she had scribbled in her journal the night before. A coincidence? Perhaps. But in her bones, she knew better. It was a conversation, and the universe had just answered. You are always in dialogue with reality, not in metaphor, in structure. Every thought you hold, every feeling you emit, sends out a signal. And the world, through symbols, patterns, people, timing, responds. Most call it coincidence. But if you look closer, you'll see the pattern is too elegant, too precise to be random. The universe responds to your vibration before you speak your desire. You've felt this before. Thinking of someone, only to have them call. Feeling uncertain, only to receive a sign that speaks to your exact doubt. These are not lucky flukes. They are the universe answering the frequency you've already broadcast. Long before you say a word, your energy has placed the order. The universe listens first to your being, then to your words. If you walk through life with an undercurrent of fear, you'll notice conversations that reinforce your worry. If you carry the frequency of trust, you'll hear echoes of encouragement in unexpected places, a line in a book, a lyric in a song, a sentence spoken by a stranger passing by. The world becomes a mirror not of what you say, but of what you are. The dialogue is constant. The only question is, are you listening? This is not about decoding every license plate or overanalyzing every sign. It's about noticing with presence, holding a question lightly in your heart, and letting the response come however it wishes, through rhythm, through interruption, through the gentle rearrangement of events. Sometimes the universe answers through delay, through a door that won't open, through the unexpected detour that becomes the way. These too are responses, not denials but redirections. Sacred insight. You don't need to speak to be heard. You only need to feel clearly and watch softly. Today, hold one question in your awareness, not with urgency, but with openness. Write it down, then move through your day with curiosity. Let go of how the answer should appear. Let life speak in its own language. It might come through an overheard phrase, a flicker of memory, a shift in mood. You're not alone in your wondering. You're in dialogue with a universe that speaks fluently in feeling and timing. And once you learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your presence, you'll realize the answers were always there, responding before you even knew how to ask. In the summer of 1940, in a village nestled in the Black Forest, a glassblower named Matthias found himself unable to complete even the simplest designs. For years he had been known for intricate detail and flawless precision. But lately, every piece cracked, every flame flickered out of rhythm. One morning, staring into the molten glass, he saw a reflection, not of his face, but of a younger version of himself. Eager, hungry, proving. He realized he had been trying to create as that man, not the one he had become. That day he stepped away from the familiar patterns, smashed every piece that didn't feel true, and began again. The next sculpture was unlike anything he had ever made. It was raw, and it was real. We are taught to evolve, but rarely taught how to release. You cannot step fully into the new while clinging to the old. And yet, many people wonder why their reality doesn't change, even as their desires do. The answer is often hidden in the identity they refuse to outgrow. The version of themselves they keep feeding with thoughts, habits, and stories, even though that version no longer fits. You are not here to maintain your former self. You are here to outgrow it. Every belief you hold, every role you play, every limitation you repeat was built by an earlier you, someone who needed those structures to survive, belong, or feel safe. But what once protected you can now imprison you. And letting go is not betrayal, it is evolution. The old self isn't your enemy, it is your cocoon. You must thank it, honor it, and then set it down. The strength that helped you stay quiet may now block your voice. The identity that earned you approval may now deny your truth. The survival pattern that got you here may be the very thing keeping you from going further. To dissolve the old self is not to erase your past. It is to no longer serve what no longer serves you. It requires presence, honesty, the willingness to feel uncomfortable as you move through the unknown, and the courage to stop being loyal to a version of yourself that exists only in memory. Sacred insight. You don't have to fix the old self. You only have to stop becoming it. Today, write a letter from your old self to your new self. Let that outdated version speak, what it feared, what it protected, what it tried to be. Then write back, thank them, release them, fold the letter, burn it, bury it, whatever feels true. Then do one thing today as your new self would, something small, clear, free from the past. Each time you do this, the old dissolves, not with a bang, but with grace. And soon, you'll find that you no longer recognize the person who needed to survive, because you've become the one who came here to live, fully, freely, finally. In the spring of 1941, in a quiet boarding house in London, a young playwright named Eleanor sat at her desk staring at a blank page. Her plays had been rejected countless times, her name unknown in every theater that mattered. But that morning, something felt different. She recalled a scene she'd imagined 1,000 times, her name on a marquee, her work in lights, people quoting her words. She stood, dressed as if for opening night, and wrote not from the version of herself chasing success, but from the one who already had it. The script poured out of her. Months later, that play was staged, but it had all begun on the day she chose to live as the woman her future had already met. The future you want doesn't happen later. It happens now through embodiment. There is a version of you who already has what you desire, the confidence, the clarity, the love, the ease. They are not a fantasy, they are a frequency, and the fastest way to reach them is not by waiting, wishing, or working endlessly, but by becoming them now, even if only for a day. This is the 24-hour experiment to align your thoughts, actions, and energy with the version of you who already lives the life you're calling in. Most people live by memory. They repeat the habits, emotions, and self-concepts of their past, hoping the future will change anyway. But reality doesn't respond to memory. It responds to state. The self you inhabit today is the seed of tomorrow's experience. If you want to shift your external world, shift the internal one you're living from. You don't need the outcome to act like it's yours. You need the energy that would come with it. Ask yourself, how would I walk if I already had what I want? How would I speak? What would I no longer tolerate? What would I finally begin? These aren't tricks, they're portals. When you act from your future self's identity, you pull that timeline into the now. The world takes your cue. People notice. Circumstances reconfigure. This isn't pretending, it's remembering. The version of you you dream of isn't distant. They're here in the next breath, waiting to be chosen, not when it's convenient. Now. Sacred insight. Your future self doesn't need time, they need space, and you make it by embodying them today. So for the next 24 hours, live as if. Dress like them, speak like them, think as they would. Not for approval, not for show, but because it is who you already are beneath the old script. Watch how life begins to bend around your certainty. When you become the version of you who no longer hopes, but knows, everything starts arriving faster, not because you chased it, but because you remembered. The future doesn't happen tomorrow. It's written in the choices you make today. And today, you chose to live it. In the autumn of 1942, in a tiny flower shop tucked between cafes in Paris, a woman named Mireille changed the angle of a single vase. It was nothing grand, just a shift, a turn to catch more light. But when she stepped back, something felt different. The whole room, though unchanged in every other way, seemed to breathe. That day, more customers came than usual. She smiled more. She found herself humming again. It wasn't just the vase. It was her. Something inside had shifted, and the room, the reflection of her inner world, had responded. Transformation doesn't always look like thunder. Sometimes it's a whisper. We wait for big changes to validate our growth. The breakthrough, the windfall, the dramatic before and after. But true evolution reveals itself in subtler ways. The urge to clean your closet, the way you suddenly crave stillness, the decision to finally delete the number you used to stare at. These aren't random, they are evidence, proof that your energy is shifting before your circumstances catch up. External micro-shifts are signs of internal recalibration. Your environment is a mirror. When your identity changes even slightly, it ripples outward. You may find yourself rearranging your space, speaking more clearly, dressing differently without consciously deciding to. These aren't superficial acts, they are vibrational. Each choice carries the frequency of who you are becoming. Most people miss these signs because they're looking for fireworks, but the quiet decisions matter most. Choosing to pause before reacting, making your bed with care, saying no without guilt. These are not small, these are sacred. They signal to the universe, I am ready. I am different now. Watch me prove it in the smallest of ways. Big change begins with tiny alignment. The nervous system doesn't leap, it steps. And every micro shift is a step toward a new baseline, a new normal. And once enough steps are taken, the new timeline clicks into place. Not because you forced it, but because you lived your way into it, moment by moment. Sacred insight, the smallest action carries the entire signal of the shift. Today, look around. Notice what you feel pulled to shift, clean, move, or release. Let it be something simple. Change the position of your chair. Clear the corner you've been ignoring. Replace the object that feels like your past. As you do, speak silently. This reflects who I am now. Then observe how you feel. Lighter, clearer, confirmed. Because your external world isn't just a backdrop. It's a living canvas responding to the brushstroke of every internal shift. And when you honor the micro, you amplify the message. I am becoming. Watch what I do next. You don't need to overhaul your life to prove transformation. You just need to honor the moment your hand turns the vase. And know that in that small, deliberate act, the entire frequency of your future has already begun. In the spring of 1934, a clockmaker named Elias lived in a narrow brick house in Amsterdam, surrounded by hundreds of ticking timepieces. He spent each day adjusting delicate gears, synchronizing seconds with near-perfect precision, but in his own life, time felt stuck. Every morning felt the same, every week predictable. Then one evening, without any real reason, he took a different route home. Just one street over, a simple turn. That shift, small, spontaneous, set off a ripple. The next day, he met a traveler who asked to see his clocks. Within a month, Elias's work was featured in a gallery. And it all began not with effort, but with that first, quiet deviation from the familiar. The first shift is always the hardest, not because it's physically difficult, but because it disrupts the energetic rhythm you've been living in. You are not just a person. You are a pattern. Everything you do, how you think, how you feel, how you act, generates a frequency. Over time, that frequency becomes your baseline, and your life rearranges itself to match it. Habits solidify, people sync up, reality aligns. Even when you're stuck, that stuckness has its own momentum. It's familiar, predictable, safe. Breaking that momentum even slightly requires more energy than most realize. Not physical energy, but vibrational courage. When you begin to shift your state, when you choose a new thought, a new emotion, a new way of being, you disrupt the old circuit, and your system resists. It tells you to stop, to wait, to play small, not because it hates change, but because it craves predictability. That first new thought feels unnatural. That first confident decision feels risky. That first act of self-honor feels exposed. But that's the point. The first shift breaks the inertia of the old self. It is the moment where you stop echoing your past and start broadcasting your future. And once you make that first shift, even if it's tiny, momentum builds. The energy gets lighter, synchronicities appear. The new pattern begins to stabilize, and you don't have to push as hard. But you must be willing to push once, with intention, with awareness, with enough conviction to wobble without retreating. Think of a pendulum. It hangs still until nudged. The first swing is the shortest, but it sets the rhythm for what follows. Your vibration works the same way. Sacred insight. The first shift isn't just a choice. It's an announcement to the universe. I'm available for something new. Today, choose one area in your life where momentum has grown stale. Now, make one small, clear shift, not to fix everything, but to change your frequency. Go left where you'd go right. Say yes where you'd say no. Wear something bold. Speak with certainty. That act is your opening swing. And from there, momentum will take over, not from force, but from frequency. Because once you move, even a little, the universe begins to echo your courage in return, and the rhythm of your new life begins. In the summer of 1943, in a small German village untouched by war's front lines, a woman named Clara planted lavender in her backyard, not because she needed it, but because it made her feel calm. She had once dreamed of running a perfumery in the city, but life had taken another shape. Still, each morning she walked among the lavender, hands brushing the stems, lost in the scent. One day, a traveler stopped at her gate, drawn by the fragrance. He was searching for local botanicals for a new apothecary. Weeks later, Clara found herself in his workshop, blending oils, her forgotten dream unfolding in a way she never could have planned. This is backdoor manifestation. You set an intention, hold a vision, imagine an outcome. But instead of it arriving directly, it comes sideways. Through a detour, a chance meeting, an unrelated step that somehow leads exactly where you wanted to go. It doesn't look like the path you envisioned. It feels unrelated, but it's not. It's the route your conscious mind never would have chosen, but your energy was already guiding. Manifestation doesn't always knock at the front door. Sometimes it slips in through the side. That's because the universe responds to alignment, not logic. You may think your desire requires one route, one job, one person, one perfect sequence. But reality is a living system, not a machine. It moves through resonance, through openness, through flow. When you fixate on how your desire must arrive, you close the doors that don't match your picture, even if they lead straight to your goal. The back door appears when you follow what feels good without knowing why. When you choose joy over strategy. When you take a step not to control the outcome, but because something in you lights up. That joy, that curiosity is often the breadcrumb leading you to exactly what you asked for, just not in the costume you expected. This is why some of your biggest breakthroughs will come disguised as detours. The person you meet at the airport, the job you take to fill a gap, the project you start out of boredom. These are not distractions, they are invitations. What seems off-path is often the clearest signal that something is coming together beneath the surface. Sacred insight. What you want doesn't always arrive where you expect, but it always arrives where you're aligned. Today, release one idea of how your desire should show up. Choose something small that feels joyful or curious, even if it seems unrelated. Follow it. Trust it. Then look for the unexpected, new connections, new clarity, new doors. Don't dismiss what feels indirect. It may be the shortest path in disguise, because what you want is always looking for you. And sometimes it finds you when you're not trying to be found, when you're just walking among lavender, unaware that your dream has already taken root behind you. In 1935, in a quiet corner of Prague, a librarian named Marek began noticing something peculiar. Each morning, as he opened the library doors, someone would ask him a question that mirrored what he'd been struggling with privately. One day, a visitor asked for books on starting over. The same morning, Marek had contemplated leaving the city. Another asked about how to forgive just hours after he'd argued with his brother. At first, he thought it was coincidence, but soon he realized life was speaking to him. Through people, through timing, through the subtle feedback loop of experience. Reality was talking back. Every interaction holds a mirror. Nothing in your external world is random. Every person you meet, every conversation you have, every situation you enter is reflecting something within you, your energy, your beliefs, your dominant vibration. Not to judge you, but to show you reality isn't silent, it's responsive. It doesn't just reflect what you think, it reflects what you believe is true at your core. The world around you is a feedback system calibrated to your state of being. When someone praises you, it may be reflecting a part of you you've just begun to own. When someone challenges you, it may be testing your boundaries or mirroring a conflict you haven't yet resolved. The kind stranger, the rude cashier, the delay in traffic. These are all conversations, not caused by you, but shaped by your field. Most people miss the message because they're too focused on the form. They react to the person, the tone, the inconvenience, never asking the deeper question, what is this showing me about my inner state? Reality is not punishing you or rewarding you. It's aligning with you. It's showing you where your signal is clean and where it's mixed. You're not being judged. You're being guided. That interaction that triggers you, it's likely pointing to something unresolved. That compliment you can't receive, it's revealing where your worth still feels conditional. The opportunity that feels too big, it's showing where your identity hasn't fully caught up with your vision. These aren't accidents, they are invitations. Sacred insight. Every moment is feedback. The question is, are you open enough to receive it? Today, choose one interaction that stirred you, positively or negatively. Pause before explaining it away. Ask instead, what is this showing me about how I see myself? Let the insight arise not from the mind, but from the quiet part of you that already knows. Then shift something. Accept the compliment, set the boundary. Act with the confidence the world just reflected back to you. Because reality doesn't just speak once. It keeps talking gently, then loudly, until you begin to answer. And when you do, the conversation deepens, the reflections become clearer, and you begin to move through the world not just as a character in the story, but as its conscious co-author. In 1944, in the heart of Lisbon, a painter named Isadora spent her mornings mixing colors she never used. She would sit for hours envisioning bold, vibrant scenes, yet by afternoon, she always returned to painting the same muted tones. One day, a fellow artist visited her studio and said, "Your imagination is vivid, but your brush still belongs to the past." Isadora was stunned. She had never realized how quickly she slipped back into the familiar, even while dreaming of change. That evening, she stared at a blank canvas and made herself a promise. Hold the vision. Paint until the world catches up. The next week, her first piece in color sold. It wasn't magic, it was consistency. You are always broadcasting a signal. Every thought, every emotion, every belief you repeat sends out a frequency. That frequency organizes your reality. But here's the part most miss. A brief glimpse of a new vibration won't change your life. You must live in it long enough for the external world to catch up. It's not enough to feel worthy for 5 minutes if you spend the rest of the day doubting. Reality responds not to momentary alignment, but to sustained state. Imagine tuning a radio. You don't hear the music until you hold the dial steady. If you keep switching stations, you only get static. The same is true for your energy. You must choose your state and remain there, not perfectly, but persistently, so reality knows what to align with. Most people shift too soon. They get discouraged when things don't change instantly. They fall back into old patterns, old feelings, old stories, not because the new state didn't work, but because they didn't stay there long enough to let the shift materialize. Holding the state is the true act of manifestation, not because you're trying to fake it until it's real, but because your consistency tells the universe, "This is who I am now," and the universe responds accordingly. Life reconfigures to match your broadcast, not immediately, but inevitably. You don't need to maintain perfection. You need to maintain direction. The moment you catch yourself slipping into doubt or lack, gently return. Re-enter the frequency of knowing, of already having, already being. That return, that repetition, is what strengthens the signal and shortens the timeline between desire and delivery. Sacred insight. A new reality can only arrive when your vibration stops changing its mind. Today, choose one state you want to embody. Confidence, peace, abundance. Spend 5 minutes fully feeling it. Then, throughout your day, act as if that state is still true. Speak from it. Walk from it. Return to it when life tries to pull you out. Not because you're pretending, but because you're remembering. Because the more you hold your frequency, the faster life rearranges to meet you. And the world won't respond to who you were yesterday. It will respond to who you insist on being, consistently, unapologetically, vibrationally today. In 1941, in a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of Madrid, a seamstress named Elena stitched by candlelight, waiting to hear back from a merchant who had promised to carry her designs. She had poured her hopes into this opportunity. Every thread, every pattern crafted with the urgency of needing this moment to work. Days passed, then weeks. No word. One evening, exhausted from waiting, Elena packed her samples away and whispered, "If not this, something better." She went to sleep with no expectations. The next morning, a new client knocked on her door, one who would eventually take her designs beyond the city. The first merchant never replied, but it no longer mattered. Letting go had made space for something greater. This is the power of neutrality. Most people think manifestation requires obsession, vision boards, affirmations, constant attention. But energy doesn't respond to pressure, it responds to coherence. And nothing is more powerful than desiring something deeply while being unattached to how or even if it arrives. Neutrality is not apathy. It is energetic mastery. It's the ability to hold a vision without needing it to come true in a specific way. It's trusting the outcome without clinging to the path. When you're neutral, you remove resistance. You stop asking the universe to prove itself. You stop chasing signs and analyzing timing. You declare, I know it's coming, or something better is. That knowing is a frequency, and that frequency draws reality in faster than any strategy ever could. Desperation slows the signal. Neutrality clears the line. When you need something to work, your energy says, I don't have it. When you obsess, your vibration is scarcity in disguise. But when you can want without grasping, when you can love your desire without begging it to manifest, you enter the most magnetic state of all, detachment. Because what you're really saying is, I trust myself. I trust the field. I trust timing I can't control. This is not giving up, it's giving space. When you release attachment, you stop pulling on a closed door. You stop feeding fear with your focus. And suddenly a new door opens, sometimes the one you least expected, yet perfectly aligned. The energy moves. The signal clears. Life meets you not in tension, but in trust. Sacred insight. You speed things up when you stop needing them to happen on your timeline. Today, take one thing you've been gripping too tightly. A goal, a hope, a longing. Speak to it. Say, I love you, but I release you. Come if you're meant to, or make room for something better. Then shift your focus. Do something joyful, light, unrelated. Let the space around your desire breathe, because in neutrality you become irresistible. Not because you're chasing, but because you've stopped running. You're still, aligned, certain. And that's when it arrives, not through force, but through the grace that only detachment can invite. In the winter of 1942, in a small town outside Prague, a man named Joseph ran the local post office. Each morning he would arrange the mail in perfect order, greet the same people, and watch the same town square unfold like clockwork. But after a sudden illness kept him home for several weeks, he returned with new eyes. He began noticing patterns, how a certain bird landed on the same branch just before unexpected news arrived, how the sound of the church bell seemed louder. On days something would shift. One afternoon, after a strange silence in the square, he knew without explanation that a letter was coming that would change everything. It did, not because he predicted it, but because he had learned to read the language of life. Reality is never silent. It is always whispering. Every moment around you is a message, not in the form of mysticism or superstition, but in patterns, emotions, energy, and alignment. The world is not random. It is responsive. It speaks through repetition, disruption, resonance. It reflects not only what you think, but how you feel, what you believe, what you are becoming. But most people are too busy trying to control life to hear what it's saying. They search for meaning in the big events, while ignoring the subtle signs. They miss the way their energy is mirrored in others, the way their thoughts show up in conversations, the way their mood shifts the flow of the day. The universe doesn't shout, it whispers, and only the present will hear it. Reading reality requires presence, not effort. When something repeats, numbers, phrases, names, it's not coincidence. It's alignment. When something breaks down, stalls, or delays, it's not punishment. It's redirection. When things flow with uncanny ease, it's not luck. It's confirmation. The external is always responding to the internal, not to reward you, to guide you. Your life is a conversation, your world, a screen reflecting your script. This is not about decoding everything with paranoia. It's about awareness, curiosity, openness. Reality speaks a language older than words. It speaks in synchronicity, in energy, in rhythm. When something feels off, it likely is. When something feels light, follow it. Your environment is not a backdrop, it is a compass. Sacred insight. The more conscious you become, the more accurate reality becomes as your mirror. Today, slow down. Notice 3 things around you that catch your attention. Don't analyze, just observe. What feels recurring? What feels disruptive? What feels unusually calm? Ask yourself, what might this be showing me about my current state? You'll know, not with the mind, but with that quiet recognition that rises without force. Because when you learn to read reality, you stop feeling lost. You begin to move with life, not against it. You start listening with more than your ears, and life, always waiting, finally speaks in a voice you can hear, not because it changed, but because you finally did. In the spring of 1939, in a quiet village in the Swiss Alps, a woman named Sabine was invited to speak at a gathering of herbalists from across Europe. She had never spoken publicly before. For days leading up to the event, fear tugged at her. She imagined herself freezing on stage, forgetting her words. But the morning of the talk, she did something different. Before leaving her cottage, she sat at her table, closed her eyes, and imagined the room, its warmth, the people smiling, nodding, receiving her with openness. She felt herself already inside that moment, already calm, already finished. When she finally stood at the front of that room, she felt no fear. It had already happened. She had arrived in energy before she arrived in form. Energy enters before you do. Every space you walk into, whether it's a conversation, a meeting, a stage, or a chance encounter, responds to the frequency you carry in advance. Your body follows your energy, not the other way around. When you visualize not just the outcome you want, but the state you wish to hold within that outcome, you begin paving the path ahead with resonance. You don't enter spaces cold, you imprint them before your feet touch the floor. This is not imagination for imagination's sake, it is energetic preparation. When you set your vibration in advance, the environment has no choice but to adjust to it. People mirror your certainty. Circumstances bend more easily. You don't manipulate reality, you harmonize with it ahead of time. Most people enter spaces full of doubt, hoping to see how it goes. But that's backwards. The universe is not waiting to decide how things unfold. It's waiting for you to decide. When you enter with hesitation, the room reflects it. When you enter with grounded presence, already certain, already aligned, the outcome begins to shape itself accordingly. Pre-paving is not control, it's cooperation. You are co-creating with the field. You are anchoring the vibration of your desired experience before it manifests. This is how timelines collapse, how events speed up. You're not asking for permission. You're informing the space of what it's about to hold. Sacred insight. The room doesn't shape your energy. Your energy shapes the room. Today, choose one space you'll enter, a call, a meeting, a place you've never been. Before you go, sit quietly for 2 minutes. Close your eyes. Imagine yourself already there. Feel the tone. Set the energy. See yourself at ease, confident, present. Then walk in, not hoping it will go well, but knowing it already has. Because the most powerful presence is one that arrives before the body does. And once you begin living this way, entering as energy, arriving as alignment, you'll find doors open more easily, words flow more clearly, and the world meets you not with resistance, but with recognition, because you've already been there, and reality remembers. In the autumn of 1946, in a weather-worn cottage outside Dublin, a man named Aidan sat at his kitchen table, staring at a pile of unpaid bills. His job had ended months earlier. The pantry was nearly bare. He sighed, feeling swallowed by lack. That afternoon, while clearing out the shed to stay busy, he found a box of his late wife's old journals and recipes. On a whim, he baked her brown bread and shared it with a neighbor. Within days, word spread. People came asking for more. Within weeks, he had more orders than he could fill. What he thought was scarcity had quietly handed him his next beginning. Lack often disguises itself as the end, but it is more often a redirection in costume. When something runs dry, money, opportunity, support, it can feel like failure. But in the architecture of reality, emptiness isn't always emptiness. Sometimes it's space being made. Sometimes it's an invitation to look where you've never looked, to awaken a gift you've never needed until now. Scarcity isn't always a signal of what's missing. Sometimes it's a signal of what's ready to emerge. We're trained to panic in the face of lack, to tighten, to cling, to assume we're being punished or left behind. But often, when life removes something, it's not to take, it's to clear, to reroute your attention from what's fading to what's waiting. And what's waiting is often richer than anything you could have imagined. Abundance rarely arrives in the form you expect. It slips in through side doors. It may look like a loss at first. The job that ends so the calling can begin. The relationship that closes so you can finally meet yourself. The canceled plan that creates the perfect moment of inspiration. The wallet that feels empty, pushing you to become resourceful in a way you never had to be. In those moments, the mind screams, lack, but the soul often whispers, look again. This isn't about romanticizing struggle. It's about recognizing that the field of possibility doesn't disappear when the familiar vanishes. In fact, it often becomes more accessible, because now, without your routine distractions, you're forced to see, to create, to become. Hidden wealth is never far. It lives in your ideas, your skills, your story, your silence. Sacred insight. Lack is not always the absence of abundance. Sometimes it's the shadow it casts just before it appears. Today, if something feels scarce, money, clarity, time, ask yourself, what is this lack trying to redirect me toward? What gift, resource, connection, or idea have I overlooked? Shift your gaze from the closed door to the one just cracked open, because what looks like the end is often the threshold. And when you stop cursing the empty space, you begin to discover that what's missing was only ever a mirror, reflecting the gold you were meant to find inside yourself. In 1938, in a dimly lit laboratory in Cambridge, a young physicist named Ruth spent her evenings conducting experiments no one had asked her to do. While others studied particles and measurements, she scribbled theories about attention, intention, and energy. I think the mind is a field, she once told a colleague, and that our thoughts bend reality the way gravity bends light. He laughed politely. She smiled quietly. Years later, Ruth's observations would be echoed in disciplines she never studied: spirituality, metaphysics, consciousness. What she sensed back then, without needing the words, was this: manifestation is not magic, it's physics. You are not casting spells when you manifest. You are activating laws. At the deepest level, reality responds to frequency. Every thought, emotion, and belief emits a signal, measurable, consistent, and magnetic. This isn't superstition, this is resonance. The principle that like attracts like. The vibration you hold becomes the field you live in. The outer world doesn't mold you, it mirrors you. Manifestation is not about wishing, it's about attuning. Your mind is not a passive observer, it's a transmitter, a director of energy. What you focus on consistently, especially with emotional intensity, shapes the probability of how your reality unfolds. It doesn't force things to happen, it tilts the field. Subtle, real, like wind through tall grass. It's not about getting what you want, it's about becoming the match for what you've asked for. When your energy matches the frequency of your desired reality, when your thoughts align with your actions, your emotions support your vision, and your beliefs no longer contradict your desires, what you want begins to show up. Not magically, but mathematically. There is a rhythm to this work, and like all physics, it requires alignment, not force. This is why begging doesn't work, why obsessing slows it down, why needing something too badly can repel it. Not because the universe is cruel, but because desperation is a mismatched signal. You are saying, I lack, while asking to receive. The signal gets scrambled. And so, the field reflects confusion instead of clarity. Manifestation happens faster when your thoughts, words, and state are coherent. This is coherence, thinking with clarity, feeling with confidence, acting with intention. When these elements lock into place, your field sharpens, your broadcast gets clearer, and life responds, not with magic, but with precision. Sacred insight. You're not bending reality, you're becoming its blueprint. Today, examine one desire you've been holding. Ask yourself, am I thinking, feeling, and acting like someone who already has it? If not, don't push harder. Realign, adjust the frequency, feel the difference, then act. Not to get, but to match. Because manifestation isn't a mystery. It's the natural result of energetic congruence. When your inner world is ordered, your outer world can't help but reflect it. You are not hoping something will happen. You are building the conditions for it to occur. That isn't magic. That's physics. And it's happening all around you, whether you realize it or not. In the autumn of 1940, in a quiet workshop in Warsaw, a violin maker named Tomasz sat in frustration. His tools were sharp, his hands steady, but every instrument he touched that week sounded lifeless. He adjusted the wood, tuned the strings, changed his posture. Nothing helped. For days he pushed through, working harder, staying later. Still nothing. One evening, exhausted, he left his bench untouched and went for a walk along the Vistula River. No agenda, no solution seeking, just air, just sky. The next morning, without thought, he picked up an old violin he hadn't touched in years. The sound that emerged was effortless, clear, alive. He didn't fix anything, he just reset. Sometimes nothing works, not because you're broken, but because your energy is tangled. When your manifestation practice stalls, when your focus turns fuzzy, when your usual methods stop producing results, it's easy to panic. You wonder what you're doing wrong. You double down, you try harder, but effort isn't always the answer, especially when the block isn't external, it's energetic. Your field needs spaciousness to function. Like a machine overheated from overuse, sometimes your energy just needs a moment to cool, to step back from the trying, to stop manipulating every thought, fixing every feeling, obsessing over every outcome. The space between efforts isn't failure, it's recalibration. You're not off path. You're just out of sync. Manifestation isn't a linear path. It's a relationship between your state and the flow of life. When you're aligned, even small actions feel effective. When you're misaligned, everything feels uphill. But here's the truth most people forget. Your energy doesn't always need more direction. Sometimes it needs release. The reset begins when you stop pushing and start listening. Step away, rest, shift your focus entirely. Do something playful, unrelated, light. The solution rarely arrives from the same mind that created the stuckness. But the moment you release control, your field starts moving again. Inspiration returns. Ideas land. You see what you couldn't see through the fog of effort. Stillness is not absence, it is access. You are not meant to force breakthroughs. You are meant to receive them. But reception requires openness. And when you're trying too hard to make something happen, you close the channel you're trying to activate. The more you fight the stuckness, the more it holds. Sacred insight. When nothing works, stop fixing. Start feeling. Start trusting. Today, acknowledge where things feel stuck. Then, instead of forcing, pause. Ask yourself, what would it look like to reset here, not fix? Maybe it's rest. Maybe it's a walk. Maybe it's doing something wildly unrelated to your goal. Do it not to escape, but to soften, because energy flows where ease lives. And sometimes the fastest way forward isn't through action, but through surrender. Not because you gave up, but because you remembered. Nothing works when you're out of alignment, but everything moves when you're in it, even when you do nothing at all. In the spring of 1947, in a small bookshop tucked behind a canal in Amsterdam, a woman named Lena found herself sinking into familiar frustration. The day had started late, customers were impatient, and her thoughts spiraled quickly. Nothing's working. I'm stuck again. She nearly closed the shop early, but as she stood behind the counter, she remembered something her grandmother once told her. It only takes 5 seconds to change the weather inside you. So she closed her eyes, stood still, and imagined sunlight pouring through her chest. She took one slow breath and whispered, "It's already shifting." When she opened her eyes, something was different, not outside, but within. The energy had moved. The rest of the day unfolded like a new song. That's how fast it can happen. One shift, one choice, one breath. You don't need to meditate for an hour, rewrite your entire mindset, or wait for circumstances to improve to change your frequency. Energy doesn't operate on time, it operates on state, and state can shift in an instant. When you're stuck in fear, doubt, overwhelm, it's tempting to spiral, to gather evidence, to build a case for why things are hard. But what you're really doing is anchoring the frequency that created the spiral, and the longer you sit in it, the more the world reflects it. The key is interruption, pattern break, a signal strong enough to wake you up from the trance. That's what the 5-second frequency shift ritual is, a fast, conscious decision to flip the internal switch. Not by force, by presence. Here's how it works. When you catch yourself sinking into a lower state, stop. Close your eyes. Place your hand over your heart or your solar plexus, wherever you feel the contraction. Then ask, what do I want to feel instead? Power, peace, joy, certainty. Choose one word, one frequency. Now breathe in as if that word is entering your body. Feel it expand through your chest, your limbs, your skin. On the exhale, let go of the old state. Visually, physically, emotionally, let it leave with the breath. Do this 3 to 5 times, and with your eyes still closed, say aloud or silently, I choose this now, I am this now. Then open your eyes and take one small action from that new state. It doesn't have to be big. Stretch, smile, write one line, speak with clarity. That act grounds the shift. Sacred insight. Energy doesn't care how long you've felt low. It only needs 5 seconds of alignment to begin a new path. Today, try it. The moment your thoughts pull you into scarcity or doubt, don't fight them. Flip the switch. Pause. Breathe. Choose. Embody. Then move. Not from the problem, but from the new signal you've just claimed. Because frequency is not something you earn. It's something you access. And in the space between one breath and the next, your entire timeline can begin to change. In the summer of 1933, in a seaside village in Portugal, a fisherman named Nuno found himself unable to sleep. Each night he replayed the same worries, the shrinking catch, the rising prices, the ache in his chest that wouldn't go away. One evening, too restless to lie still, he walked barefoot to the shore and sat on the sand. Without trying, he matched his breath to the rhythm of the waves. Slow in, slow out. As he breathed, something softened. The tightness in his chest loosened. The thoughts quieted. By the time the sun rose, Nuno hadn't solved a single problem, but he felt renewed. It wasn't his mind that had changed. It was his body. Your breath is the remote control for your frequency. When your energy is scattered, when anxiety rises, when tension spikes, your body responds first. Your shoulders hunch. Your jaw tightens. Your breath shortens. These aren't just symptoms. They're signals. And more importantly, they're levers. Because just as your energy shapes your breath can shape your energy. You don't need to think your way into alignment. You can breathe your way there. The body is the fastest access point to a new vibration. Unlike thoughts, which can loop and spiral, the breath is always available, always current, always honest. It lives in the now, and the now is where alignment happens. Most people underestimate how deeply the body remembers old frequencies. If you've spent years bracing yourself against failure, rejection, disappointment, your body holds that posture. You might not realize it, but your cells remember. They hold the tension of past emotions like a suit of invisible armor. The breath is how you take it off. A deep conscious breath signals to the nervous system, we are safe now. With that safety comes softness. With softness comes receptivity. And with receptivity, energy flows. Ideas land. Emotions move. Your vibration clears. This isn't about ignoring discomfort. It's about giving your body the message it's been waiting for. It no longer has to guard what you've already outgrown. The breath doesn't just calm, it recalibrates. When you breathe with awareness, you create coherence between your mind, heart, and body. You tune your entire being to the frequency you want to live in, not through words, but through sensation. Sacred insight, your vibration isn't something to chase. It's something to return to, one breath at a time. Today, pause for 60 seconds. Place your hand on your chest or belly. Inhale slowly through your nose as if you're breathing in peace, clarity, or whatever energy you need. Hold it, let it fill you. Then exhale through your mouth, releasing tension with the breath. Do this 3 times. Watch how your body changes, how your thoughts shift, how your field softens. The breath is the bridge. And when you walk across it, even for a moment, you don't just reset your vibe. You remember the version of you that was never out of alignment to begin with. In the spring of 1945, in a cottage near the edge of Cornwall, a widowed woman named Margaret adopted a stray dog named Toby. She didn't expect much, just companionship, maybe some company on quiet walks. But what she noticed in the days that followed startled her. When she felt anxious, Toby grew restless. When she was calm, he lay peacefully at her feet. One morning, after waking with a heavy heart, she watched him pace, whimpering, refusing his food. She sat beside him, placed her hand on his back, and breathed slowly, softly. Within moments, his breathing matched hers. He curled up beside her, settled, and for the first time in days, so did she. Toby hadn't reacted to her words. He had reflected her energy. Animals and children do not respond to your intentions. They respond to your state. They don't care what you say. They feel what you are. Before your words reach their ears, your energy has already reached their nervous systems. They mirror your frequency, not because they're conscious of it, but because they're not separated from it. They have not learned how to pretend, filter, or disconnect. They show you what you're actually broadcasting. A child throws a tantrum when you're trying to hide your stress. A dog becomes clingy when you're vibrating uncertainty. A cat disappears when the energy in the room is sharp or anxious. And when you are calm, joyful, playful, so are they. They are pure reflections of what lives beneath your surface. This is not a metaphor, it's a tool. If you want to know your true energetic state, don't ask yourself. Watch how the animals and children around you behave. They reveal what your conscious mind is too practiced to see. They are barometers, mirrors, teachers. They don't respond to who you think you are. They respond to who you're actually being. And when you shift your energy, they shift too. The child who wouldn't settle suddenly softens when you drop into stillness. The dog who was barking uncontrollably relaxes when you stop trying to control and simply breathe. These are not coincidences. They are confirmations. That alignment is real. That energy precedes behavior. That presence is more powerful than strategy. Sacred insight. The truth of your energy is revealed not in what you say, but in what you reflect. Today, observe, not with judgment, but with curiosity. How do the animals in your life move around you? How do children respond in your presence? What might they be showing you about your field, your calm, your tension, your joy, your fear? Then shift something inside. One breath, one thought, one softening. Watch how they respond. Because they are not reacting, they are resonating. And when you learn to listen to these mirrors, not with logic, but with love, you don't just change your relationship with them. You change your relationship with yourself. And in doing so, You finally begin to see who you really are, not in reflection, in resonance. In the winter of 1931, in a quiet apartment above a bakery in Prague, a man named Emil found himself growing angry at the smallest things: the sound of a neighbor's radio, a child crying in the street, a missed delivery. But what truly unraveled him was a customer who raised their voice slightly when asking for change. Emil snapped, sharp words, loud tone, a storm of emotion over something trivial. That evening, ashamed, he sat alone and asked himself why that moment had hit so hard. And then he remembered his father raising his voice in the same tone years earlier. That moment hadn't been about the customer. It had been about an old wound still open beneath the surface. Life has a way of revealing what's unhealed. You may think you've moved on, that you've buried the past deep enough that it no longer matters, but reality doesn't forget energy. And until something is seen, felt, and integrated, it will continue to show up, not to punish you, but to invite you home to yourself. These moments are called shadow triggers. They're the situations that seem disproportionately charged, the conversation that rattles you for days, the person who brings out the worst in you, the pattern you keep encountering even after you've done the work. These aren't random. They're reflections of unintegrated parts of you, pieces you've suppressed, judged, or forgotten. What triggers you most deeply often points to what still asks for your attention. You don't need to dig for trauma. You only need to notice what pulls you out of your center. When something evokes a strong reaction, pause and ask, what does this remind me of? When have I felt this before? Often, the emotion you're feeling belongs to a younger version of you, one who didn't get the safety, voice, or validation they needed at the time. Shadow isn't bad, it's just buried. And when it rises, it's asking to be seen, not analyzed, but acknowledged, not solved, but felt. When you meet it with curiosity instead of resistance, the trigger becomes a teacher, and your reaction becomes a doorway to deeper freedom. The world isn't just mirroring who you are, it's mirroring who you're ready to reclaim. Sacred insight: your triggers aren't setbacks. They are signposts guiding you toward the parts of you still waiting to be loved. Today, when something sparks an emotional reaction, pause before explaining it away. Sit with it. Ask, what does this feeling want me to remember? What part of me is asking to be heard? Then breathe into it. Place your hand where you feel the sensation in your body. Speak softly to it, as you would to a child. I see you. I'm here. Because healing doesn't always happen in the light. It often begins in the shadow, where life holds up a mirror and gently asks, are you ready to see what's still shaping your world from beneath the surface? In the autumn of 1936, in a quiet apartment above a tailor's shop in Vienna, a woman named Alina began every day by making tea, opening the windows, and preparing her workspace. She had recently left a long and difficult marriage and was finally free to begin a life on her own terms. But something didn't feel quite right. Her thoughts were hopeful, her choices empowered, yet a strange heaviness lingered. The clients who came into her studio seemed hesitant. The creative flow she once trusted felt blocked. One morning, as she moved through her space, she whispered, I've left the past, but has it left me? And in that question, she found the answer. We don't just carry beliefs in our minds, we carry them in our fields. Even after a transformation, even after a choice to move forward, the energetic residue of old identities, old fears, and old beliefs can still echo through your vibration. These echoes are residual frequencies, the unseen, unspoken imprints of past selves that haven't yet been cleared. You might think you've outgrown the old pattern, but the world responds not only to your new thoughts, but to your energetic baseline. It's why you can feel empowered and still attract situations that reflect your past. Why even after doing the work, certain people treat you like the version of you you've already released. It's not that your new self isn't real, it's that the field hasn't fully updated yet. Energy lingers. until you consciously clear it. Your vibration isn't just shaped by what you believe now. It's shaped by what you've believed consistently. Long-held patterns have momentum. They leave trails in your space, like footprints in the sand. And unless you actively shift them through presence, intention, and embodiment, they quietly rerun your old programming. It's not enough to think new thoughts. You must live new truths. That means catching yourself in subtle moments, how you speak about yourself, how you walk into a room, how you prepare for outcomes. Do you still brace for disappointment even when expecting joy? Do you still lower your voice even when you feel confident? These micro habits are residue. They're signals that your nervous system is still rehearsing for a past that no longer exists. Clearing the ghosts of old beliefs begins with claiming your new identity in action. Sacred insight, what lingers in your field will keep attracting what your mind has already outgrown. Today, choose one area of your life where something feels off, like you've moved forward but the energy hasn't caught up. Close your eyes. Ask, what belief is still echoing here? What version of me is still shaping this? Then breathe. Release it. Say aloud, that's no longer mine to carry. Then take one action from your new frequency. Walk differently, speak differently, show up as if the update is already complete. Because the moment your energy becomes consistent with your choice, the field follows, and the ghosts of old beliefs lose their grip, not by force, but by the clarity of who you are now. In the winter of 1944, in a snow-covered village in Norway, a young woman named Freya received a letter offering her a scholarship to study art in Copenhagen. She had longed for this opportunity for years, had painted by candlelight in the evenings, had poured her soul into every canvas, and yet she hesitated. She stared at the envelope for days, her mind repeating the same quiet doubt. Why me? What if I don't belong there? Eventually, she tucked the letter away and never replied. Years later, when asked why she never pursued her dream, she said softly, "It just didn't feel like something I was meant to have." It was never about the opportunity. It was about what she believed she deserved. You are always teaching life how to treat you, not with your words, but with your energy. And at the core of that energy is your sense of self-worth. This is the gate. This is the filter. Not what you want, not what you dream, but what you believe you are allowed to have. The universe responds not to desire, but to permission. You may ask for abundance, love, recognition, but if deep down you believe you're only allowed a fraction of it, life will organize itself to match that belief. You'll overlook the open doors. You'll shrink in the presence of opportunity. You'll unconsciously sabotage the very things you've prayed for. This is not self-sabotage out of weakness. It is protection born from identity. If you've been taught that love must be earned, you may reject the kind that arrives freely. If you've been told you're too much, you may dim yourself even in places where you're meant to shine. These beliefs are not flaws. They are scripts. And until they're rewritten, they keep the gate closed. Raising your self-worth is not about ego. It's about alignment. It's not about pretending to be more. It's about remembering you've always been more than what you were taught to believe. You were born worthy, not because of what you do, but because of what you are, a unique expression of consciousness, a once-in-forever frequency. Deservingness is not something you earn. It's something you reclaim. And when you do, when you begin to walk, speak, and choose from the knowing that you are allowed to receive, you don't have to force reality to give. It arrives willingly, because you finally stepped out of the way. Sacred insight. The ceiling on your reality is the limit of your self-worth. Today, look at something you've been trying to call in. Ask yourself, do I actually believe I'm allowed to have this? If the answer is no, don't judge. Get curious. Then begin telling a new story. One thought, one breath, one choice at a time. Because the moment you open the gate, everything you've been seeking stops waiting and starts walking in. In the spring of 1949, in a quiet countryside outside Florence, a man named Luca awoke before dawn with the faint pull to take a walk. He had no reason to. There was work to be done, chores waiting, but something inside nudged him gently. Go now. He followed the feeling, stepping into the morning mist with no destination. As he wandered, he discovered a tiny grove of wild herbs growing near a stone wall, fragrant and untouched. Days later, a friend mentioned needing rare ingredients for a local healer. Luca remembered the herbs, returned to gather them, and through that small moment, his life changed. He became the town's most beloved herbalist. Not through a plan, through a whisper. Guidance rarely shouts. It whispers. Most expect divine instruction to arrive with certainty and drama. But intuition doesn't operate like a command. It feels like a tug, a pull, a faint nudge in a direction you can't fully explain. Often it's quiet enough to ignore, but strong enough to return if you do. These subtle urges are not random. They are precise. They come from the part of you that lives beyond logic, your higher self, your subconscious, your connection to the field. It sees what your thinking mind cannot. It knows what's aligned before the evidence appears. And it speaks in the only language it can. Feeling. You've heard it before. Take this route instead. Reach out to that person. Sign up for the thing that makes no sense but lights you up. And often you dismiss it because it doesn't come with proof, because it doesn't offer certainty. But the whisper isn't meant to convince you. It's meant to invite you. The mind demands a map, but your next step lives inside the moment you trust without one. Following the whisper is how you build intuitive muscle. It's how you show the universe you're ready to move, even before you see the outcome. And every time you honor that nudge, no matter how small, you strengthen the connection to your internal guidance system. The whisper is the thread. Follow it, and the path will appear. Sacred insight. Life speaks softly to those who are still enough to hear. Today, pause. Ask, what quiet pull have I been ignoring? What has been softly asking for my attention? It might be a book you've thought about 3 times, a place you feel called to visit, a person who's come to mind for no obvious reason. Don't analyze it, follow it. Take one small step in its direction, make the call, open the page, go for the walk. Let curiosity lead you further, because your next chapter won't always come with a neon sign. Sometimes it arrives as a whisper in the early morning light, waiting to see if you'll trust it enough to move before you understand why. And when you do, the world responds, not with noise, but with clarity. In the late summer of 1937, in a hillside cottage near Lyon, a woman named Elise tended a small garden. It wasn't grand, just a few rows of herbs, some vegetables, and lavender along the edge. Every morning she watered it and whispered, "Thank you." She had once dreamed of owning vast land, of producing for markets and restaurants, but that hadn't come to pass. Still, she found herself smiling more. The garden gave her just enough, and she met that with quiet joy. One day, a traveler stopped to admire her lavender, and by week's end, Elise was selling bundles to the village inn. That autumn, opportunity bloomed not because she pushed harder, but because she had already chosen to feel full. Satisfaction is not settling, it's summoning. We're taught that desire fuels manifestation, that wanting more, reaching higher, is how we grow. But constant yearning without peace creates a signal of lack. When you live in a state of not enough, even the things you ask for feel far away. You emit the frequency of distance, of incompletion, and life mirrors it. But when you feel full, when you vibrate enoughness, you create the conditions for more to arrive. This is the paradox of abundance. It's not found through chasing, it's activated through appreciation. When you feel satisfied, not as a performance but as a practice, you shift your entire field. You stop broadcasting grasping energy. You begin to align with the version of you who already receives easily. Gratitude isn't just a virtue, it's an energetic magnet. The more you notice what's working, what's beautiful, simple, present, the more your nervous system relaxes. Your body softens, your heart opens, and from that space, ideas come, people come, doors open. Not because you begged for them, but because you stopped pushing them away with the frequency of never enough. The energy of enough is not passive, it's powerful. It doesn't mean you stop growing, it means you stop needing growth to feel whole. And from that wholeness, more becomes inevitable. You move with clarity, not craving. You act with purpose, not panic. You dream with joy, not desperation. Sacred insight. The universe gives most to those who already act like they have enough. Today, choose one area where you've been telling the story of lack. Money, time, love, progress. Pause. Shift the lens. Name 3 things in that area that are already present, already working, already enough. Feel them, thank them. Let that vibration settle into your chest. Then ask for more, not from emptiness, but from expansion. Because when your signal shifts from I need to I appreciate, the field responds. Not with resistance, but with floodgates. Not with delay, but with ease. You don't manifest by proving you lack. You manifest by remembering you already hold something precious. And from that truth, the more you're ready for finally finds its way in. Not because you demanded it, but because you already believed you were worthy of it, just as you are, right now. Enough. In the spring of 1942, in a quiet boarding house in Edinburgh, a young writer named Alice would often watch from her window as her neighbor, a painter named Marianne, left each morning with her easel slung over her shoulder. Marianne's work was being shown in galleries. People talked about her talent, her bold colors, her rising success. Alice, still unpublished, still scribbling poems into worn notebooks, felt a twinge every time she saw her go. It wasn't anger, it wasn't dislike, it was something sharper, something closer. One day she admitted it aloud, "I'm jealous." And then in the same breath, "Maybe that means I'm closer than I thought." Jealousy is not a flaw, it's a flare. We're taught to silence it, to feel shame for it, to turn it inward or mask it with judgment. But jealousy isn't the enemy, it's a signal. It shows you what you desire, what you're here to do, what you already feel aligned with, even if you haven't allowed yourself to claim it yet. You don't envy what you're not connected to. You envy what's latent in you. That pang of comparison, that tightening in your chest when someone else succeeds, that's not evidence you're behind. It's evidence that you're waking up to a version of you that wants to rise. Jealousy appears not to belittle you, but to illuminate you, to show you where the heat is, where the spark lives, where your soul is knocking from the inside. The mistake is in making it about the other person. When you see someone doing what you dream of, your mind might say, "They're ahead, I'm behind." But your soul is saying, "Look, this is possible." You're not being teased, you're being shown. The jealousy isn't there to tell you what you can't have. It's there to remind you what you're meant to pursue. The key is to turn envy into inquiry. What about that person's life stirred something in you? Their freedom, their voice, their visibility, their boldness. Now ask, where have I been denying that part of myself? Where have I delayed or diluted my own expression? Jealousy points to the locked door, but inside that door is power, sacred insight. Jealousy is the shadow of desire waiting to step into the light. Today, notice one place where comparison has crept in. Don't push it down, don't shame it, sit with it. Say aloud, "This is showing me what I want." Then write down 3 small steps that move you closer, not toward their life, but toward the version of you that no longer waits to begin. Because when you honor what jealousy is actually trying to tell you, it transforms. It no longer burns, it fuels. It becomes the fire beneath your own becoming. And one day, someone might look at you with the same spark in their chest, not knowing you once stood where they now stand, using comparison not to collapse, but to rise. In the autumn of 1941, in a narrow house along the Seine, A woman named Celeste felt her life had gone quiet in all the wrong ways. Her work as a piano teacher had slowed. Letters went unanswered, the world outside moved, but hers felt paused like a breath held too long. Each morning she lit the same candle, brewed the same tea, sat in the same silence. No signs, no change, just stillness. And yet something inside her whispered, "Don't leave this moment. Something is coming." She didn't know what or when, but 2 weeks later a former student returned, grown, accomplished, and now the director of a conservatory. He offered her a position that would transform everything. The silence hadn't been a void, it had been preparation. Stillness is not the absence of movement, it is the gathering of momentum. Before the shift arrives, before the call comes, the doors open, the path becomes clear, life often grows quiet. Familiar routines lose their flavor, energy dips. The things that once excited you feel muted. It can feel like regression, like failure. But this is the moment just before the seed breaks through the soil. Breakthroughs rarely come when you're sprinting. They come when you're still enough to receive. The human mind craves signs. We want evidence, feedback, forward motion, but the universe doesn't rush alignment. It aligns in silence. The recalibration happens behind the scenes, beneath your awareness. And when it's almost ready to arrive, the world often grows still. Not to punish your patience, but to stretch it. To ask if you can stay open without proof. This quiet is not a wall, it's a womb. You are not being ignored. You are being held. Held in the sacred pause between chapters. Held in the breath before the exhale. Held in the waiting, not as punishment, but as refinement. The shift requires a stillness that says, "I trust even now." And this trust, unseen, unmeasured, is what pulls the future closer. You cannot force the door to open faster, but you can choose not to walk away just before the latch turns. Most people leave the moment before the miracle, mistaking the silence for a no. But the silence is often the yes that hasn't yet found its voice. Sacred insight. The stillness before the shift is not your failure, it's your final alignment. Today, if life feels paused, slow, or oddly empty, ask yourself, what if this quiet is the signal? What if everything is gathering behind the scenes? Sit with that. Let it ground you. Let it remind you that movement is not always visible, but it is always real. Because what feels like nothing happening is often everything rearranging. And when it does arrive, swift, clear, undeniable, you'll look back on the stillness not with resentment, but with reverence. You'll remember that the pause was not the end. It was the opening, quiet, sacred, and already humming with what was always about to break through. In the winter of 1930, in a cramped tailor's shop on the edge of Budapest, a man named Anton watched a sudden windstorm rip through the street, tearing down signs and scattering crates across the cobblestones. His own shop sign fell, cracking in two. Inside, bolts of fabric tumbled from their shelves. For hours he tried to restore order, frustrated and overwhelmed. But in the process of restacking, he uncovered a forgotten roll of fine silk, hidden behind heavier wool. It was the exact material a wealthy client had requested days earlier. That single discovery shifted his entire season. The storm hadn't ruined his shop. It had revealed what was waiting beneath the clutter. Chaos often looks like destruction, but more often it's a deeper intelligence at work. When life begins to feel unraveled, relationships ending, jobs shifting, old plans falling apart, it's easy to panic. We assume something's gone wrong, but chaos isn't always collapse. Sometimes it's rearrangement. The field moving pieces faster than your mind can follow, your old reality breaking just enough to let the new one through. Order doesn't disappear, it just changes shape. When a system no longer matches your growth, life begins to shake the foundation, not to punish you, but to free you. The things you've outgrown begin to resist your energy. The habits, the structures, the roles, they start to fall away. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're finally doing something right. The mess is not the mistake. The mess is the middle. You're not falling apart. You're being taken apart, carefully, lovingly, by a universe that knows the new design requires pieces to move. And like a puzzle flipped over mid-assembly, it looks like chaos before it looks like clarity. The discomfort of disorder is not proof of misalignment. It's proof that you're no longer settling. If you had stayed smaller, quieter, more contained, none of this would feel unstable. But you asked for expansion. You asked to grow. And growth often means letting the old structure crumble, so a truer one can rise. You don't need to rebuild it all today. You only need to trust the space where things no longer fit. Sacred insight. When life feels out of control, it may be aligning faster than ever. Today, if something feels chaotic, a conversation that unraveled, a plan that dissolved, an emotion that won't settle, pause. Don't rush to fix it. Instead, ask, what is this clearing space for? What was too tightly arranged to let something new in? Then breathe, watch, allow, because the greatest changes often arrive disguised as disorder, and the truth is nothing is out of place. It's just not in its final place yet. You are not broken. Your life is not broken. It's moving, shifting, rearranging itself to fit the shape of the version of you you're finally becoming, one layer of beautiful temporary chaos at a time. In the spring of 1948, in a modest home along the cliffs of Galway, a woman named Neve sat at her kitchen table, a single letter unopened beside her cup of tea. It was an offer, one that would take her to a distant city, far from the rhythms of the sea and the quiet life she had known. She didn't pace the room. She didn't call friends for advice. She didn't weigh endless pros and cons. She simply looked out the window, felt the stillness in her chest, and said aloud, yes. Not loudly, not with fanfare, just yes. And with that, everything changed. Not because she declared it with drama, but because she decided with certainty. True power doesn't always roar. Sometimes it whispers. We often believe decisions must be dramatic to be real. That clarity must arrive in a storm. That boldness looks like big moves and louder voices. But the most potent decisions rarely announce themselves. They arise from a quiet inner knowing that needs no permission, no validation, no performance. Certainty isn't loud, it's aligned. When you decide from clarity, not from urgency, not from fear, you activate a clean signal. The universe doesn't respond to noise. It responds to frequency, and the frequency of quiet certainty is one of the clearest you can emit. It says, this is who I am now. This is what I'm choosing. You don't need to convince the world. You only need to stop confusing it. When your energy is scattered, doubting, explaining, asking for signs over and over, you send a mixed message. You slow the alignment. But when you decide inwardly, fully, without excess dialogue, something clicks. Reality begins to reorganize. Opportunities shift. Resistance softens, not because you pushed, but because you stopped hesitating. The power of a clean decision is in its finality. You stop rethinking. You stop negotiating with your fear. You stop asking if you're ready and start behaving like you already are. The absence of drama doesn't mean the decision lacks weight. It means you no longer need struggle to prove your courage. You don't need to shout when the truth is anchored. Sacred insight. The quietest decisions often carry the most transformative power. Today, choose one thing you've been circling, an idea, an action, a step you keep delaying. Instead of dramatizing it, sit in stillness. Ask, what feels quietly true? When the answer rises, don't overthink it. Claim it, not with noise, but with energy. Then move forward, not as someone who's unsure, but as someone who has already decided, and watch what shifts. Because when you stop waiting for the decision to feel dramatic, you open space for it to feel right. And that rightness, not the volume of your voice, is what sends the signal that the next chapter can begin. Not someday, not later, but now, quietly, powerfully, completely. In the winter of 1943, in a small village tucked into the Swiss mountains, a woman named Sabine stood by the fire holding a box of letters from her late husband. She had read them countless times, whispered his words into the silence, folded and unfolded the worn pages with trembling hands. She thought she had let him go. She'd moved forward, planted new roots, even laughed again. But that night, standing barefoot on the cold wooden floor, she felt something still clinging, not to the man, but to the story, the guilt, the should-haves. She didn't burn the letters. She didn't throw them away. She simply took one, kissed it, and placed it in a drawer. Just one. A single layer, finally released. Letting go doesn't happen all at once. It happens in layers. We think release is a single act, something final and clean, a moment where we drop the past, shed the belief, dissolve the fear, but most of the time it's slower, softer. It comes in breaths, in thoughts, in choices that seem small until they suddenly aren't. You don't let go once. You let go again and again. Each time you notice the thought that says, "I'm not ready," and don't believe it. Each time you feel the pull to control and choose trust instead. Each time you revisit the memory and allow it to pass without reliving the pain. These are layers. Peeling back resistance, one thought at a time. Resistance isn't just emotional, it's energetic. It hides in the spaces between your thoughts. It lingers in assumptions, in habitual tension, in the low hum of fear that has blended so deeply into your daily life you don't even recognize it as separate from you. But it is. And when you begin to observe it with compassion instead of judgment, it begins to loosen. Letting go is not a loss, it's a return. You're not giving something up. You're reclaiming space, mental, emotional, vibrational. You're making room for what matches your now, not your past. And that requires patience, grace, the willingness to let go imperfectly. You don't need to force release. You need to allow it. Sacred insight. You don't break resistance. You soften it. Today, notice where you're holding on, not to an object or a person, but to a thought. One that tells you what must happen, what should have happened, what can't happen. Breathe into that thought. Don't fight it. Don't fix it. Just let it be seen. Then ask gently, am I willing to release this, even just a little? That willingness is the first crack. The light gets in through there, and over time, the grip releases, not with drama, but with grace. One thought, one breath, one moment at a time, until one day you realize you're no longer carrying what once felt impossible to put down. You've let it go, not all at once, but completely, layer by sacred layer. In the spring of 1932, in a small coastal town in southern Italy, a boy named Matteo would sit on the dock each evening, staring out at the sea. His family ran a humble fishing business, and most assumed he would do the same. But Matteo had a different ritual. With his eyes closed, he would imagine a grand ship, not the creaky boats of his village, but a magnificent vessel, sails billowing, bearing his name. He pictured every detail, the polished deck, the foreign ports, the wind against his face as captain. Years later, long after others had forgotten his daydreams, Matteo sailed into the harbor at the helm of his own ship, one that looked almost exactly like the one in his mind. Imagination is not fantasy, it is blueprint. Your mind is not merely a place for remembering the past. It is a tool for rehearsing the future. Every time you visualize, you send a signal into the quantum field, not just of what you want, but of what you're ready to become. When you imagine with clarity and consistency, you aren't pretending, you're previewing. Mental imagery solidifies your chosen reality before it arrives. The more vividly you see it, the more real it becomes, not just in the mind, but in the nervous system. Your body begins to recognize the experience as familiar. You start responding as if it's already true. And reality, ever responsive to your vibration, begins to rearrange accordingly. You don't just wait for the life you want, you practice it. This is the power of imagery, not just visualizing a result, but embodying the experience, the feeling of walking through the new home, the sound of your voice speaking with confidence, the rhythm of a life where joy is normal. These moments, when felt deeply and often, act like tuning forks. They draw the future closer. Your subconscious doesn't know the difference between a real event and a vividly imagined one. This means you can begin training your mind and your frequency long before external proof arrives. And the more often you dwell in your chosen reality, the less space you leave for doubt to occupy. Sacred insight. If you can hold the image, you can hold the vibration. And if you can hold the vibration, reality must follow. Today, take 5 minutes. Close your eyes. Choose a single scene from your desired future. Make it simple, specific, sensory. Picture it fully. Where are you? What do you feel in your body? What's around you? Breathe it in until it becomes more than a thought, until it feels like memory. Then go about your day with the residue of that vision in your body. Because the more familiar your future becomes inside, the faster it will reflect outside. You are not waiting for a timeline to choose you. You are choosing it now, frame by frame, feeling by feeling, thought by thought. And in that choice, you move from wishing to creating, from hoping to knowing, from someday to today. In the winter of 1939, in a village nestled among the hills of northern France, a baker named Lucien prepared his breads long before sunrise. One morning, as snow gathered softly on the windowsill, he paused mid-recipe. Something felt off. The ingredients were the same, the steps unchanged, but an inner whisper told him not to add the final scoop of salt. He hesitated, reasoned, almost ignored it. But he listened. The batch that emerged from the oven was the best he'd ever made. That afternoon, a well-known chef passing through the village tasted the bread, offered a contract, and changed Lucien's life. It hadn't come through strategy. It came through stillness, through a whisper he chose to hear. Intuition never shouts. It arrives quietly, beneath the noise. You've felt it, that gentle nudge that says, turn here, call them, not this time. It doesn't argue, it doesn't justify, it simply knows. But in a world addicted to thinking, measuring, and proving, the voice of intuition is often drowned out by the static of logic, fear, and expectation. To hear it, you must become quieter than your conditioning. Intuition speaks through sensation, not explanation. It lives in the body, a tightening in the stomach, a softness in the chest, a pull toward or away. But most people are so used to outsourcing truth to their thoughts that they no longer trust the feeling. They wait for facts, for certainty. And in doing so, they miss the moment the truth was already handed to them, softly and without noise. The mind is a brilliant tool, but it's not your compass. That belongs to something deeper. You can't force intuition, but you can clear space for it. You can pause before you react. You can breathe before you decide. You can ask, what feels aligned, before you ask, what makes sense. The guidance is there, but it waits for your presence, not your performance. The more you ask your intuition to prove itself, the quieter it becomes. But the more you listen, the louder it grows. Each time you follow it, even when it contradicts logic, you strengthen the connection. You build a bridge, and over time, you stop asking the world for signs because you've remembered where the answers live. Sacred insight. The truth doesn't arrive in volume. It arrives in resonance. Today, find a moment to be still. No agenda, no noise. Place a hand on your chest. Breathe. Ask, what do I need to know right now? Then don't rush for a response. Let it arise. A word, a feeling, a simple yes or no. Trust what comes first. That's the voice before the voice. That's your knowing. Because intuition is not the echo of the world. It is the whisper of your soul. And when you learn to hear it, You no longer chase clarity, you carry it, quietly, always, within. In the summer of 1940, in a small town near the Black Sea, a man named Victor spent each evening writing letters to no one. He wrote about his struggles, his missed opportunities, the way life had turned out differently than he'd hoped. He kept them folded in a box under his bed, believing he was simply releasing his thoughts. One day, his niece found the letters and read them aloud. "Uncle," she said gently, "you always write as if the story is already over." He smiled, surprised. That night he wrote a new letter, same pen, same paper, but this time he imagined a future where things changed, where the character in the story made a new decision, and from that moment, so did Victor. Your life is not a list of facts, it's a narrative. And you are the narrator. What you call reality is not just what's happened, it's the meaning you've given it. The way you explain who you are, what you've been through, what you believe is possible. That story becomes your lens, your filter, your script. You think you're describing the world, but you're actually reinforcing the version of yourself you've decided to keep alive. If your story says you're unlucky, life will show you proof. If it says you always bounce back, it will rise to meet you. The plot you tell creates the path you walk, and most people don't realize they're allowed to change it. They cling to old chapters, rereading pain, labeling themselves with outdated titles. Failure, burden, outsider, but those are not facts. They are phrases, and phrases can be rewritten. You are not bound to the version of you the past once shaped. You are bound only to the story you keep repeating. When you shift the narrative, you shift the identity. And when the identity shifts, everything changes. From what you expect to how you're treated to the choices you see as available. You don't need to erase your past, you need to reframe it. You need to find the thread of strength running through every struggle, the wisdom hiding inside every wrong turn. You are not the victim of your story, you are its author. Sacred insight: you can't create a new outcome while reading from an old script. Today, choose one area of your life where you've been telling the same tired story. Write it down as you normally tell it. Blame, fear, frustration, and all. Then, beside it, write the same story from a different voice. The voice of the you, who has healed, who has seen the purpose, who has moved forward. Feel the shift. Let it become real, because the moment you change the plot, the path must change too. And what once felt like destiny becomes simply one version of the tale, beautiful but finished. Now a new chapter begins, and this time you're writing it with your eyes open and your pen in your hand. In the spring of 1946, in a quiet courtyard in Istanbul, a calligrapher named Yusuf sat each morning with his tea, watching the world unfold. He noticed the way shadows moved across stone, how neighbors spoke to each other, how birds circled before landing. He believed for most of his life that his role was to observe, to witness, to reflect. The world is what it is, he often said, but one day, as he crafted a phrase onto parchment, create as though the world depends on it, his hand paused. The sentence didn't feel like something to record, it felt like something to become. That day, Yusuf stopped watching from the edge and began to live from the center. There is a moment when the observer becomes the author. For much of your life, you've been trained to watch your thoughts, your emotions, your patterns. Observation brings clarity. It helps you see where you've been and how you react. But if you stay there too long, the mirror becomes a wall. You keep witnessing, analyzing, understanding, but not creating. You become a master of awareness, but a stranger to authorship. Reality reflects, but it also responds. You are not just the one who notices what's happening. You are the one whose state begins to shape what happens next. Your thoughts don't just describe, they direct. Your emotions don't just report, they ripple. The observer sees what is. The author decides what will be. You are allowed to do more than interpret your world. You're allowed to rewrite it. This isn't about denying your current experience. It's about stepping beyond the mirror, beyond reflection, and realizing that everything you observe is malleable, that your identity isn't fixed, that your circumstances are listening, that your words, beliefs, and assumptions are not small, they are seeds. You become the author the moment you choose to write ahead of the reflection. Instead of waiting for evidence to feel confident, you begin being confident first. Instead of waiting for peace to find you, you begin broadcasting peace. The world responds not to your eyes, but to your energy, not to your observations, but to your direction. The mirror shows what you believe. The pen creates what you claim. Sacred insight. Awareness is the beginning. Authorship is the becoming. Today, pick one recurring situation in your life that feels stuck. Write down what you've been observing, how people act, how events unfold, how it makes you feel. Then, below it, write what you now choose to create. Speak it as fact, not hope. I am treated with respect. My days flow with ease. I create from power. Then live one moment today as if that were already true. Because when you step beyond the mirror, you stop reacting. You begin shaping, and the world, so used to reflecting, takes note. It begins to follow your lead, not because it was forced, but because you finally picked up the pen. In the autumn of 1938, in a quiet apartment above a bakery in Prague, a man named Joseph stood staring at the cracked mirror in his bedroom. He had just lost his job, his relationship had ended, and the city around him felt increasingly uncertain. The mirror, once clear, now split his reflection in two. He thought, everything is falling apart. But something in him paused. He leaned closer, tracing the fracture with his finger, and then he whispered something he'd never considered before. Maybe this isn't broken. Maybe it's just showing me what I've been unwilling to see. Nothing is broken. Reality is always reflecting your vibration with precision. What looks like failure, loss, conflict, or stagnation is not a mistake. It's information. It's the outer world mirroring your inner state, not to punish you, but to reveal you. When something falls apart, it's not because life is against you. It's because life is showing you where your energy is no longer aligned with who you're becoming. The mirror never lies. It simply reflects. If you believe you are unworthy, you will encounter people and situations that reinforce that story, not because you are doomed to suffer, but because reality is built to echo your beliefs, not to trap you, but to offer you the chance to choose again, to see clearly, to change your frequency. And when you do, the reflection must change too. There's nothing to fix when you realize the world is a mirror, not a verdict. Most people spend their energy trying to fix the external, changing jobs, ending relationships, moving cities, without ever shifting the internal belief that created those experiences in the first place. But if you smash the mirror without adjusting your stance, the reflection follows you. It always will, not out of cruelty, but out of loyalty to your state. You don't fix a reflection, you adjust the source. When you remember this, you reclaim your power. You stop asking, why is this happening to me? And begin asking, what is this showing me about what I believe? That question is a door, and what it opens is transformation, not through force, but through clarity. The world is not broken, it's precise. It is speaking the language of energy. It's showing you what you've been broadcasting, consciously or not. And that is not a problem. That is the path. That is the map. Sacred insight. What you judge as broken may actually be the breakthrough trying to reach you. Today, choose one area of your life that feels wrong or out of place. Instead of trying to fix it, observe it. Ask, what belief might this be reflecting? What state of being has summoned this response? Then shift the state, not by pretending, but by embodying a new truth. Watch what softens. Because once you stop seeing your life as broken, you begin to see it as responsive. And in that moment, everything starts working, not because it changed, but because you finally saw it clearly, as a mirror, as a message, as a perfect reflection of your own becoming. In the spring of 1944, in a small attic room above a watchmaker's shop in Bern, a woman named Elise sat in front of a mirror. She had lived a quiet life, reliable, obedient, steady. She had followed the rules, pleased the right people, and waited patiently for her time to come. And yet, something always felt slightly out of reach. One morning, as light spilled through the window, Elise looked at herself not with judgment, but with unfamiliar curiosity. A thought rose, not loud, but clear. What if the thing I've been waiting for is actually waiting on me? That moment changed everything, not because her circumstances shifted, but because she did. There comes a point on the journey when you realize there's no secret left to find. You've read the books, practiced the rituals, sat in the silence, searched for signs, and now you stand in the quiet aftermath of seeking, where the mind finally stills and the truth becomes simple. There is nothing more you need to become, no final piece to chase, no permission slip to wait for. The power has always been yours. Not power in the way the world defines it, not control, not dominance, but the quiet, unwavering authority of someone who knows they are the source. You are not at the mercy of life. You are in conversation with it. Every thought, every belief, every assumption you've carried has shaped the world around you, not as punishment or reward, but as resonance. Reality has not been happening to you. It has been happening through you. You've been the author all along, even when you believed you were just the character. The final shift is not about trying harder. It's about surrendering the belief that you are broken, incomplete, or waiting for something to find you. It's about remembering that everything you seek lives inside the identity you choose to occupy. And you can step into that identity now, not because it's been earned, but because it's true. There is nothing outside of you holding you back. There is only the version of you that forgot what you're capable of. Sacred insight. The journey was never about gaining power. It was about remembering you already had it. Today, speak this softly to yourself. I am not becoming. I am revealing. Then look around at your life and ask, where have I been pretending to be powerless? Where have I been waiting for someone else to choose for me? And then choose differently. From authority, from clarity, from now. Because this is the final shift, not an ending, but a return to the place where you no longer need signs, where you no longer chase timelines, where you no longer ask for proof. You simply know. And from that knowing, you live, you lead, you create, not someday, not when it all makes sense, but now, because now you remember the power was never in the method, the timing, or the answer. It was in you, and it always will be.